I love refrigerators.
I love refrigerators. Good morning. You see that video I posted? I have not? Okay, I haven't yet, man. I assume you saw stuff from the semi event. I didn't. I haven't watched it yet. 500-mile trip with 82,000 pounds of payload, finished with 4% left in the battery, going up some tall stuff. Cool. All right, oh, that's cool. Sweet. Good news. You have another HVAC certified viewer today. Whoop whoop. Hey, all right, man. There you go. Did you leave the door open? No. I love refrigerators. Did your refrigerator go kaboom? By the way, we have about 1.5 inches of snow on the ground here. I'm sorry. When you do, you might want to share with the class. It's pretty cool stuff. Oh. I probably should have just watched the Tesla event last night. Probably should have done that. But hey, it is what it is. All right. Hang on one second. Give me 1 second. We could watch it now. Is your refrigerator running? Oh, it is. Better go catch it. Alright, okay. Fremont. 0 miles, 97% battery. Los Banos. Okay. Cattleman City, Grapevine, Pasadena, Riverside, San Diego. Yeah, I see the elevation. Yeah. So they sent it down. It looks like they sent it down to 101. I've made this exact drive before to a T. This drive under load without charging stops is insane. No, I see it. That's pretty cool. Look, you can see the regenerative power generation. That's cool. See how it goes up? That's pretty rad. But you can see right there, conservation of energy. Some of the energy gets converted to mechanical work, and then you might get some of it back, but you ain't getting all of it back. Oof. Yeah, that downhill, look, all the downhills are recharging the battery. That's pretty cool, man. Saw the word grapevine and instantly had the song stuck in your head. Nice. I love refrigerators. I love space refrigerators. Yeah, me too. I love refrigerators. This thing can accelerate at speed going up the highway grade. That's pretty cool, man. It's a pretty cool piece of kit. You should put a jet engine on the back. Put an APU on the back of this thing to charge the batteries. And then you could double the range that way. Hey, Predominant. Predominant, it is 2 in the morning. Or, well, 1:27 a.m., right? How are you? I'm coming to terms with the fact that the football team that I like sucks. Yeah. Yeah, I haven't felt this feeling in a long time. Yes, maybe you had whiskey. Yeah, okay, right on. Right on. Yeah. Yeah, I haven't felt this since the 90s. I remember watching Patriots in the 90s with my dad, and they sucked. They were terrible. And then there was just 20 years of... Huh. Yeah, Wicked, they're all screwed up, man, dude. We got a lot of problems. I don't think it's personnel either, man. I don't think it's personnel. I think we're just not set, dude. We're not set, you know, between changing the offense in week 1 and then Matt getting hurt and putting Zappy in and taking him out, and then Andrews getting hurt. Dude, we are all screwed up. All screwed up. This is one season where just everything's going against you. It's like 2008, man. It's like 2008 all over again. But whatever. Everyone's like, oh, fire Matt Patricia. I'm like, yeah, no. Why? No. Let's not do that. That's a really stupid idea. The Lions need help. You know what, T-Man? For the first time in a long time, I actually disagree with you. I think Dan Campbell and what his coaching staff has done in Detroit is nothing short of miraculous. They turned that franchise around from a nosedive, straight nosedive, to a decent team in like 2 years. That's pretty good, man. That's pretty good. AJ, I got to watch a game on Prime. How about that bonk off the goalpost? Of course, I saw the trajectory. I saw how the football was going up, and I'm like, nope, that's short. And then it bounced off the post. I'm like, eh. So, yeah, it is what it is. Like I have nothing. It's not like the game 2 weeks ago where we couldn't get going. We were treading water because of the refs. This game we were treading water because of ourselves. They did not play good. My trains, okay. Yep. That's a DNRG locomotive. Cool. Yep. Looks like a rocket engine. Yeah. I too am a lover of refrigerators. I love refrigerators. I know you just started, but night, have a good stream. Alright, my guy. Get some sleep. Dude, yeah, they sucked. They sucked. Man, like, it was hard to watch, but I watched the whole game. Yeah. I don't really have anything else to say. At some point you can't like keep blaming the referees or saying we didn't get a break, blah blah. No. I love Marcus Jones though. Dude's fast. The talent is there, Wicked. The talent is there. We just haven't really gotten... The Patriots haven't gotten a good break this season. You know, they haven't gotten a good break in the middle of a rebuilding year. So, it is what it is, dude. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? On to the next game. Next game. Let's see how the Lions do against Jacksonville. I think you'll beat Jacksonville, T-Man. All right. Anyway, let's get the music tuned in. I wanted to get an early start on the day here, and we'll go. No, Grab Shark. The thing is okay. All right. This is gonna sound really messed up, okay? And I understand that I acknowledge that the Patriots have not sucked for like literally 2 decades. All right, I get it. I know, and I know what it's like to be a fan of a franchise that sucks. I'm a Bruins fan. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like the Bruins are good this year. They're good this year, but they haven't won a Stanley in over a decade. Like, I get it. I get it. Now, with that being said, I'm used to GravShock. I'm used to what a good football team looks like. That's what I mean about this. This is gonna be messed up. I know what like a near perfect game looks like for the team, because Tom Brady's ridiculous. Like, it's just ridiculous. You know, like what are you gonna say? What else are you gonna say? Like, I've seen like a game where you play 60 minutes, 3 phases of the game. You play excellent football. You make all the completions, a couple of drop passes here and there, no turnovers. Defense scores just as many points as the offense. I've seen it. I've seen that. I know what that looks like. With that being said, that makes me a really, I think that qualifies me as a really, 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 really good person to say what bad football looks like. And I will tell you that the way the Patriots played last night was terrible. They played terrible. We played terrible. We got thrashed on by the Bills, and we deserved it. What are you gonna do? Oh, make EJ change his hat. Okay. Oh, Ernock linked it. I was waiting for that. So, dude, look, I know what good football looks like. I'm a student of the sport, man. I know what good football looks like. That was not good football. The Bills played good football because Josh Allen can throw the ball and his receiver can catch the ball. Just saying. He's a good quarterback, T-Man. What they need is a good coach like... Yeah, sure. Bills are not a bad team. Because of the division I'm in, I'm rooting for the Bills just because I hate the Chiefs. Okay. Wasn't there a Patriots game last night? There was, sneaky, and they got thrashed. They got thrashed on. It was bad. Like 9.7 tsunami hitting your city bad. Yeah, it was not good. We did not play good. Them's are fighting words. What? Kansas City? Kansas City's all right. I don't mind Kansas City. They're good. I want to hate Travis Kelce and Pat Mahomes, but it's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. I'm sorry. What was the score? 24-10. We scored 1 touchdown and missed a field goal and got an extra point. Or no, missed a field goal and got a field goal and got an extra point. You hear Hootie and the Blowfish? Yep. Of course the Chiefs hate the Patriots. Everybody hates the Patriots, vet. Everyone hates the Patriots. Like, whatever. All right. 6 Super Bowls, baby. Hate all you want. I don't care. It's not going to bother me. Honestly, it could have been worse. Hokie, there's timings with football. If you're watching the World Cup, you know what I'm talking about. There's timings with that football too, with soccer. There's timings. The guy has to be in the right spot when the guy kicks it towards the goal, right? Like, you have to be in the right spot. You have to make sure you're not offsides. There's subtleties to it that you really, really have to pick up on. American football is the same way. And dude, we had none of it. Mac Jones throw the ball, there'd be nobody there. Like, he'd throw the ball and the receiver would go the opposite way and then look around and be like, why'd you throw it behind me? And be like, I thought you were running that play. It was bad, dude. It was bad. We deserve what we get. Remember, I'm a Hokie. I semi-partially follow Virginia Tech college football. I'm in Virginia, for crap's sake. Okay. All right. Yeah. We'll go make some oatmeal, Ren? Right on. But yeah, that was not fun. It was not fun to watch, but you know, like, it is what it is, man. Sorry, I got my phone on my right-hand side today because I gotta charge it. My charger's over there. Classic failure to communicate. Dude, I've never seen the Patriots that out of rhythm. It's kind of like... Dude, I wasn't even screaming at the television. I'm just sitting there going... Ugh, I should have watched the Tesla event. Oh my goodness. I should have watched the Tesla event. What the hell's the matter with me? It was bad, dude.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hokey gifted a sub to drummer. Are you saving money? All right, save money. Money, what's that? I don't know. Yeah. Boo. Anything chat can do to make Sirius's day worse pleases me. That's 12 months by the... What do you do, Hokey? I'm in the wrong business. What do you do? Please? What do you do? What's your job? Like, you're an engineer. Oh, congratulations. I just played myself. That's awesome. Oh, that's awesome, dude. And frankly, I don't have rent. Do you... Grabshack, I still don't know who that is. Do you need help? You live with your dad still. GG easy. Alright, whatever. I don't judge. I lived with my parents till I was 29. I moved out before 30, baby. Ha ha! Yeah! I'm moving up in the world, am I right? He's an actual engineer and you play one online. Hey, Doogie Howser made a lot of good doctors, Creeper. Alright? Alright? I'm the Doogie Howser of engineers. That's good on you, Hokey. Good on you. You got kicked out of your house when you were 18. Now see, that didn't happen to me. Yeah. I saw a video of a dude touring the Trinity site and it surprised me. How many people got arrested because they were picking up Trinitite and stealing it? It's government property and it's posted everywhere not to take it. Joke's on you, I'm already dead inside, so burn. This conversation is getting very, very real, very fast. Can we go back to talking about how much the Patriots suck, please? I got kicked out of your house at 18 as well. Did I do something wrong? Did I do something incorrectly? Everyone gets kicked out of the house at 18. I graduated college when I was 20. I came home. My parents were like, yeah, stay here. It's fine. I'm like, did I do something wrong? Like, I feel like I did something wrong. You became a streamer. Yeah, so, I mean, I would say that it's wrong because I have to deal with people like you all day. You're not wrong. I lived at home all 4 years of VT. Well, EJ, your parents are decent folk, man. Can't argue that. I moved out at 26, so nah. In Europe, people living at their home in their 20s is normal. Still live with my dad. My mother passed away 20 years ago, and he was in a really bad spot. I'm 39. I mean, you know, if I was in that situation, I would do the same thing, dude. I'm with you. Ended up where I am doing what I'm doing. Getting kicked out worked for me. Yeah. In 2030, I still live with my parents, but I got issues, and I take care of your mother. And Flankin, here's the thing, dude. Here's the dirty little secret. Brimo and I were talking about this last night as I was discussing the Patriots' demise. You know what the secret is, dude? Everyone has issues, man. Everyone. Now, don't get me wrong. Some people have more issues than other people, right? Like, everyone has issues, brother. Everyone does. That's just life. Life is an issue. It's true, man. Just, yeah. That's not like supposed to be an end-all solution to your problems, but everyone, dude, just note, everyone has demons, man. Everyone has issues. You're an issue. No, serious. You're an issue. How about them Bills, though? Dude, because they played good, man. Jump on your tables, please. We deserve to lose. Like, I can't even be mad. We got thrashed on, like, straight up outplayed. I'm not gonna be in denial because the Patriots were so good for so long. We suck and we need to fix that, like, immediately. You watching the B-21 rollout? Hell yeah, I am, USAF. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I am. Hold on. How about that 41-yard Hail Mary? Dude, you know what? Dukas, don't tell anybody. I like Josh Allen. I really do. I like him. He's a good quarterback. He's a really good quarterback. The guy will put foot to ass to freaking get that ball down the field. I really appreciate it. I'm not going to lie to you. I really do. It's messed up. I mean, frick the Bills, but also, he's a good quarterback, man. Yeah, no. I gained a lot of respect for him in the postseason last year. I mean, you guys got robbed, straight up. I will say that. Even though I'm the division rival, I'll say that you guys got robbed. You guys got absolutely screwed last year. And, dude, that guy left it all out on the field. Like, seriously, he was, like, limping off the field after 60 minutes. He's like, I can't do this anymore. I think my arm is broken. Freaking coach, put me back in. I'm like, oh, I like you. Oh, I like you. Oh, why do you have to play for the Bills? Damn it. You got him in your fantasy team? Dude, he's a good quarterback. Like, I can't say that he's not. Like, you'd be stupid not to. Dude, he's good, man. And Diggs is unbelievable. Like, that pass that he made last night, going out, like, he was, like, halfway out of bounds, threw it over, just threw it right to him, painted the numbers. Like, I'm like, dude, that's perfect. I really wish my quarterback would do that, you know. I feel bad about the Rams more than anything. Yeah. Do you think this is the actual reveal of the B-21? Oh, you just blew my freaking mind, man. Maybe. I don't know how I got him, but I'm happy. Even though Russ was going to be good. I'm fighting for him, yeah. It only took us like 25 years to get a good one. Yeah. 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 Come on, my link was epic, based off of the football match. Don't call it a football match, dude. It's not soccer. It's a football game. Don't call it a football match. That just sounds weird. But also, soy un perdedor. Who's winning the match? Hey, Predominant. Hey, Predominant. Are you jelly? Tastes good! Nope, I have your own. Oh. Does this look like good ignition timing for a V8? Does this look like good ignition timing? What? What are you talking about, man? Good ignition timing. This isn't ignition timing. This is an ignition sequence. Tim Tams can be bought in Safeway. Vinny's, we don't have those. This is your firing order. This is an ignition sequence. Does it look good? I don't know. Yeah, for the most part, that... Okay, so it's going... Where's your number one cylinder, Flykin? Where's your number one? Did you use Chevy, Dodge, or Ford? This is your number one cylinder? And does it go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8? Diagonal or horizontal or vertical? Yeah, you're probably right, Tomas. Yeah. Why does it favor the center 4? Balancing purposes. It's an LC9, horizontal. Okay, so... Yeah, for the most part. I mean, so like, if you look at a... You look at a small block firing order, right? It's 1843657 and then Ford's small block is 1542637 so... Yeah, yeah. 1, 8, 4, 3, 6, 5, 7, 2. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's good enough for me, I guess. I can never make EJ change his hat. I need to fix that. Are you building the ISS now? Yeah, something like it, RT. Yeah, something similar. Alright, so we basically about finished this module here. It ended up being about 100 parts. Give or take. And now we need to work on the side modules, and that's what we're going to do now, so... I went to bed distraught last night and half asleep, and I didn't plug my phone in. Charge, damn you. Ernok, what is the... Oh, yeah. It's 3,000. I can't afford it, man. I can't afford this. But that is cool. I want it, but we can't afford it, man. I got no money. That, but as a lunar rover, word. Yeah, it's the GigaChat ISS. We could call it that, yeah. Ignores my new song and plays the same... What song do you want so we can laugh at it? It's an old ambulance. What was the cooldown that we agreed upon for the hat? 15 minutes? Druid, 46-monther. That thing is really cool, Bree, but yeah, we don't have the money for it. It's a fair price for a car, for a truck with no rust. That's pretty fair. but can't afford it, dudes. Can't afford it, man. Some other time. Let me fix what I have now, and you know, hopefully get more money coming this way, and then we can do more fun stuff. Serious, this doesn't strike you as distracting or anything, huh? How many different module variations are you gonna make for this? I haven't really decided yet, but alright, I can't do that, dude. I can't do that. What I like about Synthwave is that it's in the background, you know what I mean? Yeah, flying, and it doesn't really have a lot of rust. If I had 3 Gs, I'd go get it. I'm serious. I'd go get it, and I'd fly down there and just get it and drive it home. It'll make it. It's a 454 Chevy. Of course it'll make it. Like, it's a towing motor. It's just like the 351 in the 97. Same thing. It'll make it. Sure, no problem. I thought that song was chill, man. All right. Okay, so this thing is going to need shuttle mount points here. And we got to put the pieces in to mount the thing in the shuttle payload bay. But I do think we have a nice little module here. That's the center section for the station. What time for the B-21 reel? 7:30. Hellfish, I think now might be a good time to say that I know people that work on that thing. I really haven't been able to say anything, nor want to say anything about that for pretty good reasons. But yeah, I know people that watch the stream and work on that, dude. Wait, B-21? Yeah. Runs good too. Quadrajet. It's fine. Yeah, I'm not trying to flex, dude, but yeah, the B-21 is nuts. Wait till you guys hear about the, they'll talk about it, most likely. Dude, the software behind it is freaking wild, dude. You did this to yourself. Is it supposed to work with wingman UAVs? Maybe. Nick needs visual aids. Did the Pats win last night? Oh no, we got thrashed on by the Bills, dude. We got like thrashed on by the Bills. It was bad. It was bad. Like I ain't even upset. I'm just like okay. Is that a good enough visual aid for you, Nikki? So do we know if the B-21 is crewed? No comment. That's nice. So you just need a little H2O. That's crazy, Tom. I don't know what you're talking about, Geeson. I don't know what you mean. Is that Photoshop? Look at the wheels. It's CG. knew it. Oh, good. Okay. Wait, something weird is going on with this thing. It didn't like picking up on the symmetry, dudes. Hold on, I noticed that. Alright, so this is the core module. We're working on it. And then hey Ryan, what's going on? Okay, so that's our center module. The center module is good. Now we got to work on the left and the right modules here. We need to work on attachment systems, and then we need to put in the provisions on these modules for the dual keel. That's really, really, really important. So we could go up with the station if we want to. I want to, like I said, I want to build Space Station Freedom. I want to do this, but what we are going to do is build the baseline first, exactly what was intended. On Space Station Freedom, what they decided to do was build this first, and then if you wanted to, they were going to build it with the provisions to expand it to that. But they never did, and the reason why they never did that is because Space Station Freedom got canned and we got the ISS instead. Access Tier 2 to 81-month resub. Thank you. Hey Orion, what's going on? We got the ISS instead. And don't get me wrong, the ISS is pretty cool. Exactly, Creep. So we got a good core module, but we need to work on the side modules now. I also want to make sure we got to work on the side modules, and then we got to work on the rotisserie, the rotator modules after that. And then the solar panel array, which is going to... I don't know how we're going to do that, but we'll find out. We also need to build a new hex module. And yeah, we got a lot of work to do, so let's go. That's why I started early today, because I wanted to use this time to get the station done. So we got to make sure we're not in symmetry there. And then make sure we snap this to absolute. And then I did change the angle of the truss pieces. So we're going to do that now. I love refrigerators. I was always wondering if EJ said anything on the plane from Hermes. Dude, they had a really good engine test the other day, Tomas. Yeah, I talked about this. Yeah, that thing. That's cool, man. Dude, Look at the vector. Look at the vector control system. Did you see? You see the hydraulic that's actuating that vector control system? That's the pressures inside of those engines are insane. The chopsticks are going up for booster 7 removal. Yeah, Thomas, something went funky during that static fire. 12 seconds. It aborted. I'm pretty damn sure. You can't see anything, dude. Vandenberg. What's this? Hypersonics, man. Guys, hypersonics are coming back, man. Like supersonic, high supersonic, and hypersonic things are coming back because it's kind of weird. We're literally watching the defense meta change like before our eyes, which is actually kind of strange. But like Concorde, no. I mean, Concorde, yes, something like that. Not exactly, but see the hydraulic. Hypersonics are the new hotness, dude. I really don't understand why. We've had a hypersonic glider, like right there, for like 40 years, but I don't know. I'll believe it when I see it fly. Yeah, that's the case. Always look for the flight hardware. Always. I'm with you on that one. Hypersonics is the new hotness. Let's see what you did there. You like that? Yeah. Alright, so let me move the bottom flags here. Falgs. Is there any difference between Concorde and the new ones that are coming? Oh yeah, it's not even the same plane, T-Man. You're comparing an F-16 to a MiG. F-16 to a MiG-29. They're both fighter planes, but they are not the same plane. Not by any means. The biggest thing with all these companies is commercialization. So much investment funding, such a small market head. Yeah, Rocket, it's kind of... You know, I always harp on them canceling Constellation, but I think that this is a direct result of it at the same time. I can't say that I don't like this, like, you know, can't say that. Isn't this just for the solar array? Well, yes and no, Sneaky. The integrated truss system on the ISS carries a lot of things. So, okay, the short story is that the reason why the space station is designed this way, right? Like solar panels flying on the outsides like this. The reason why it's designed that way is so the shuttle can come in, and when it fires its RCS, it doesn't blow the solar panels away, quite literally. So that's why they hang the solar panels like way out on the ends like this. And also the batteries, if you see right there, see these like little crates right there that are right there, and you can't see them, they're in the dark. Those are the batteries for the ISS. The batteries are by the solar panels. It kind of makes sense. And because they wanted to put the solar panels out, they put it on a whole integrated truss segment, or integrated truss system. ITS for short. It's a lot of acronyms. We'll just call it the truss segment. So the truss segment is a bunch of parts that they actually put together. And long story short, this thing is carrying power and thermal for the ISS. And a bunch of other things. There's a bunch of other things that it carries. Like, if you look, they have a bunch of shuttle pallets bolted to the P4 and S4 arrays right there. These are all different scientific experiments. Alpha magnetic spectrometer, see the thing that says AMS on it? Which is actually pretty cool. That was brought up on STS-134, and then there's like a bunch of other shuttle pallets that just have a bunch of stuff bolted to them that they just went and you can attach it out to the truss segment. It's very modular. You can do a lot of things with it. Think of it, dude, honestly, think of the truss like I'm trying to come up with a good logistics analogy. It's like I would call it the loading dock. It's the loading dock for the ISS. That's pretty much what it is. I mean, that commercialization is a problem for them. They are building tech with little to no market. Doesn't mean they can make the market, but we've seen this countless times with these companies make amazing tech, but the only benefactor is the government, which is incredibly finicky. Doesn't mean they can't make the market. Oh, okay. Oh, all right. Yeah, okay. I understand what you're saying. Yeah. I mean, Rock Guy, you see what happened with Astra? One of their top guys said, bye. Doesn't bode well for a company designing a new rocket after the previous rocket that they made failed a bunch of times. But yeah, yep. Happy Friday. Hey, Wheat. Working for the weekend and all. What did we get settled yesterday night? First of all, I came to terms with the fact that the Patriots are trash. They're really not good. We really need to figure some stuff out. Yeah, it was kind of a wreck. It was I'm not going to say a coming to Jesus moment, but it was just a very, oh, my football team sucks? I haven't felt this in a little while. Huh. Yeah, this doesn't feel good. Now I see what, now I kind of understand why everybody hates the Patriots, because they were really, really good for a really, really long time. Yeah, we got to make some adjustments, as they would put it in football terms. I've been an Orioles fan. I feel your pain. Yeah, yep. The segment you did looks very nice. Thanks, man. You had your 20-year run. You can take solace in that. Yeah. Hey, Jared. Turned in my last project for the semester last night. Finals are next week. Dude, I still got to read that paper. But, cool, man. Yeah, winners. It is what it is. It is what it is, dudes. That's awesome, Jared. Yeah, find another hat here. Here we go. It is what it is, Dad. Alright. Module time, dudes. Let's go. It looks good, Weed. I'm happy with how it came out, but we gotta finish it today. We're gonna build before you determine how to get it into space. Well, there's a reason why I kind of built this first. And I built it for scale, because a lot of the truss segments are pretty much the same size. But I took the three biggest parts of the truss segment, which is it's the S0 truss segment, so the one that's like right over the space station modules. Here, actually, this is a good graphic. So if you look, S0, P1, and S1 are the biggest ones. And those are the ones that it's basically the same thing 3 times over. So if I built the S0 and I built it to fit inside of the shuttle's payload bay, these things should be as easy as placing a docking port and then placing the pegs on the sides to make sure that the payload rides correctly inside of the shuttle's payload bay, and it should be as simple as launching. All I need for each one of these modules is, once again, a place to bolt it inside of the shuttle's payload bay. On the bottom, we want to do docking ports on the bottom, right? And then we have the KRPC tech stuff on the sides, right? Boom. Remember we rode the dud payload, that 18-ton payload with KRPC tech holding it in? And it blew up the external tank on the way up, and I still landed the shuttle. Remember that? All right, Rocket Guy, back to work. Just wanted to stop by and see the progress. Right on, man. So these payloads are designed to ride exactly. They're the same diameter as that. Almost, they're pretty much the same diameter as that 2.5 module, so they should fit. And not should. I tested it. I put one in the shuttle payload bay. I don't know if you were here for that, but it works. Right? So because I know that this will fit, I know that that will fit, and I know that this one will fit. And then if all three of these boys fit, then it should be easy to do the rest of the modules. That shouldn't be too hard. What I'm going to do here, actually, before we go any further, is I'm gonna go and do sub-assembly, and we'll do this old school, just like we used to do back in the day. Where's the station icon? This is my CTS 5 station S0 truss segment. Here we go. That one's final. It ended up being 99 parts. That's not bad. Give it a more searchable name. I put it in its own category. Did you catch the Newton High School football game on Amazon last night? Newton High School played? Was it Newton North or Newton South, Hibbit? Oh, you're making a joke, aren't you? Newton North could play better than that. Hey, Alleviate. The semi-event was awkward. I thought I didn't know. I thought I didn't know if you saw it in the end. I hadn't.
Eagle has landed.
Why? You guys have been really good to me lately. I don't know what I'm doing, but I do appreciate it. Thank you. I'm just going to keep doing this and keep acting tough until I figure out what's going on. Not sure how many people in chat agree with you, but you're going to go bananas when we're back in mission mode. So pumped. Thanks for coming back home. Trying, man. Trying. Yeah, Hibbit, I'm with you. I'm not even mad. I'm not even, dude, like, we can get angry at the refs. We could say that we got screwed, blah, 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 blah. We didn't. We didn't get screwed. Sean Hockley, despite me hating his guts, called a pretty good game. Yeah, we just got outplayed. Straight up. Like, we need to take a good look in the mirror, man. It's bad. That's not good. It's really not good, man. Hey, Alucard. So I don't know how the solar arrays work. How does it get to the modules to power it? Wires? Oh, Handig went about as bad as it could possibly go, Sun Temple, yeah. Actually, you know what? It could be worse. It really could. You're a Bucks fan? Well, hey, at least you... That's good. All right, so the side modules here. All right, how are we going to do this? So the side modules, the S1 and P1 truss segments are basically mirrors. They're mirrors of each other for the most part. They have the thermal array on them. See right there? 1, 2, and 3. They have this gigantic thermal array. And see, here's the thing. This is where we have to kind of diverge from the ISS a little ways, guys. We have to diverge from the ISS because there's really not a good way. How are we gonna... Hang on. There's not a good way to do space station... Sorry, my brain was moving way faster than my mouth was there. There's not really a good way to do the Space Station Freedom dual kill because it seemed like the revised baseline version of Space Station Freedom, they switched to a hexagonal truss system like this, right? And I'm not... They said... Astronautics, an article by Astronautics about Space Station Freedom said that they put the provisions in for a dual kill, but they never did it. So, I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that they may have borrowed some ideas for Space Station Freedom by mounting this stuff on the P3 and S3 truss segments here. You see how there's stuff mounted to it? I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that they borrowed some ideas, but the ISS does not have the provisions for building a dual keel. I think by the time the ISS came around, they threw that idea out the window. Pretty damn sure. So what we have to do now is kind of come up with a way to mix Space Station Freedom and the dual keel, Space Station Freedom revised baseline ISS, and dual kill all into one. We got to figure out a way to do it. So this is where this is going to get a little crazy. The ISS is the bargain basement version. It's, yeah, it's the Ares 4 of space stations, dude. Yeah, I agree with you. So we're going to have to figure out how to put this sucker together. Yeah, this is going to be a little this is, we're going to, that's the reason. EJ, mind moving faster than brain. Stop. Blah, 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 blah. Sorry. We're going to have to figure out ways to put the dual keel system in here and then also have a radiator array here. Now, I don't think we need a radiator array too much in Kerbal. In low Kerbal orbit, you don't really need to worry about thermals as much as you do in like real life, right? Part count go brrr. Actually, demos, this isn't going to be as bad. Actually, you know what? The truss segment's going to end up having more parts than the damn modules. The modules are going to be like 20 parts a pop, dude. Straight up. Kind of annoying, actually. The truss segment's going to be the most complicated part. But yeah, I mean, demo. The other thing is that if we're gonna go 2014 EJ and have some fun this way, dude, I'm gonna go hard, man. We're gonna go hard. We're gonna go old school, just like what we used to do, you know. We're gonna go hard, man. Apparently, Ferrari didn't have anyone lined up to take over when Bonato left. Italians, man, I swear. Will you get an asteroid? I don't know, maybe. Pretty much, Ordon. That's exactly what happened. All right, so here's the thing, fellas. From what I can tell, Space Station Freedom is based. This revised baseline is pretty much the ISS. They just changed the name, deleted some of the modules, and said use Russian modules instead because it's cheaper. Sound familiar? And then they wondered why the shuttle ended up costing so expensive when they didn't give it stuff to do. When they gave it less things to do, it ended up costing more. Funny how that works, right? I'm not bitter at all. Yeah, what Hokie said. RT, yeah. Sorry, I was just catching up. I was catching up with chat. So, here's what... I need more coffee. Hold on. Okay, so here's where we're at. The problem with trying to incorporate ISS, Space Station Freedom Revised Baseline with dual keel, at least one of the problems that I can figure out, is that, okay, so as far as I can tell in these renders, these old renders of Space Station Freedom, right where the dual truss segment, the dual vertical truss segments are supposed to go, right where those are supposed to go, we basically have a problem because that conflicts right where the radiators are. The main ISS thermal arrays are in the way. Can't build it. Something's in the way. So if we wanted to go in here and just bear with me, let's just build something here real quick. Let's go. If we wanted to go and build something real quick, like, you know, like actually the radiator array on the ISS is 3 radiators, so it's it's 3 sets like that, and the whole, all 3 sets rotate on a servo like this. Brain not working. I still gotta wake up, dude. So that's basically what we have, right? So you can extend each individual radiator like that, because that's, see, there's 3 sets, and all 3 of those sets, the 3 sets are attached to a rotisserie, like that servo right there. So you can turn the arrays, see? Oh. That's weird. Pivot point for that is all screwed up. But this is basically what it does. Right, you can do that. Man, those radiator... Who made this? Why is the... Why is the pivot point for the radiator in such a strange spot? I never noticed that. Okay. Basically, that's what they do. They get it so they can basically always be perpendicular to the sun. Because the radiators are actually, they want the radiators to be perpendicular. So if our camera is where the sun is shining, they want them to be like this. The cool thing is that those radiators in game will do that. They turn automatically. So that's cool. But here's where I'm at. Like, okay, if we were gonna do a revised, if we're gonna put the provisions in for Space Station Freedom for the dual keels, right? Right, we'd need to do something like this, right? And then we would need to take a module, a truss segment piece, like this, and it would need to go there. Huh. Why not use the big triple radiator? Well, the real one is 3 like that, RT, but it doesn't matter. Seeing how wonky those things actually place made me kind of just want to do that. It made me kind of want to use the big radiator just so it won't be screwed up. Oh, that one's the same.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
It's the same. That one's screwed up too. Bionk. Who's the nicest person in a hospital? The ultrasound guy. Right. Did say Park County is the big one too. Ugh. Maybe. Okay. But either way. So my question here is, what does this attachment system look like, and how do we get it? How do we bridge this gap here? Okay, you know, the obvious answer is, why don't you just do what you have right there? Well, that's not very structural. It's just a docking port. Even with my attachment mechanisms, this thing, even if we do the RCS balls, right? This thing is still going to be rocking back and forth like this if we perturb the space station in any way, shape, or form. We need something that's way stronger here. Now, where is the Canadarm gantry? The mobile base system. I haven't incorporated it yet. Why did you put a kappa after that? We could strut it. Actually, Creeper, that's not a bad idea. We could just have EVA struts hold everything together. We could just strut it on orbit. Yeah. In fact, we could literally do that for every part. Hey, Dead Scum. Yeah, Flex. That's kind of what I'm getting at, dude. This needs to be stronger. Guys, I honestly haven't experimented around with strutting stuff on EVA to really know. We might have to go screw with this up in space. And now, don't get me wrong, we could just edit something up into space and go mess around with it. You know, that'd be kind of fun. Dude, it's gonna be nuts. That's actually pretty awesome. I'm not gonna lie, this is actually pretty cool. 513 parts. I think all told the station's going to be around 700 parts. It could be even pushing 1,000 if we really put all the provisions that we want in there. I honestly really don't have a problem with that. It'll lag, yeah, of course it will. It won't be as bad as you think, guys. It really, like. And then when the shuttle's dock, it's 1,500 parts. Yeah, so we moved the SSTO, the big SSTO around on its pad. That was like 1,700 parts. No, it was fine. It took a second to move stuff around, but you got to go slow in space anyway, guys. What I'm trying to tell you is that a 1,600 part pad and launch vehicle in space is totally different than one on the ground. Like, totally different. It's going to explode when the shuttle comes within physics range. No, it's not, Jonas. I will. There's a reason why I made this my core module. And yeah, it's not, but thanks. Thanks for the vote of confidence, dick. It's all good, man. Don't worry about it. I'm just messing with you. See, now, like, it's kind of weird because the truss segment, the dual keel is going to block the damn... It's going to block the damn truss segments, like... Alright. The dual keel is going to block the radiator, excuse me. Did you catch my last? Don't stress over these joints that hard. The keel structure will keep itself rigid. Think about the trusses you have as just a secondary crossbeam. Its joints don't need to resist flexing because the keel itself does that. Yeah. Does the triple radiator have its own rotational servo? It actually does, yeah, Aqua. So, you know what? Like, now that I'm really thinking about it, we really don't need this. I'm thinking, guys. Give me a moment. So...
Discovery.
We get to the sub to Aqua. Does that triple radiator? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it does. Okay, yeah. Aqua, thank you. Wheat, thank you. Aqua, welcome to Mission Control. Yeah, that's... Guys, you know, like, here's the thing. I can't help but think in the back of my mind that there's, you know, like, you know how I always say, like, we don't know better than NASA? Like, you know, this is awesome. I love it. But I can't help but think in the back of my mind that I could do everything. I could do everything that does, but with this. The key really is to just give you the provisions out here on the ends to mount like a payload servicing bay or, you know, just whatever, right? Like, I mean, there's a reason why they did this. There's a reason why they did this way. I really, really like this though, but yeah, demo. So, like, look, part of me is like, part count be damned. Let's build an awesome station, right? I think that's pretty fair. That part of me is just like, screw it. Part count be damned, man. Let's build, right? But the other part of me is like, yeah. We also take into account the part count of the vehicles that you might be putting together. Indeed. No, just build. You need a heater in the garage anyway. That's a good point. That is a very good point. You could build the single keel, then add the solar array pre-truss completion style. It's not a bad idea. No, I know what you're talking about. Yeah. Yeah, how they had the solar panels like up there. Yeah, Jared, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Let's get a baseline, and then, you know, if we want to go for building the dual keel, we can. Sim allowed cheating into orbit? If I absolutely have to, yeah, we can do that. All right, Nick. Time to brave the roads. Good luck, man. Hey, Vlam. Alright, let's dump the outer modules first. Okay, let's address one thing at a time. The first thing is that the flag is going to be in the way for my attachment system. I forget if these flags collide when they're in flat form as a physicsless part. I think that if I'm remembering correctly, the developers they modified it so it would be actually flat. So okay, so what I was thinking, like, we could put the provisions for that in here by doing something like this, right? We could do something like that. I could put my alignment system in there, provided we can make one. But we got to be careful about that. The reason why we got to be careful about that, the alignment system, believe it or not, has to be on this side, because if you remember, these things they're like a trapezoidal shape because they're designed to go into the shuttle's payload bay. Kind of. Let me give you a quick example. Kind of like this. They're designed to fly in the bay like that. See what I'm talking about? So I don't have much room to put stuff on the sides other than the things that hold the thing in the payload bay. And we don't really have a lot of room on the bottom here either, because my payload bay, I have stuff riding in the bottom of the payload bay, like fuel cells and stuff, so my payload bay is actually shifted up. Can you fit 2? 2? What do you mean? Like stacked on top of each other? No, that's not really what I mean, I could stack, like, maybe I could stack 2 on top of each other if I took the payload bay out of the shuttle, but I don't want to do that. No, I must be not saying this right. Guys, my worry isn't fitting 2 inside of the shuttle payload bay. That's not really what I'm getting at. What I'm getting at is that I really can't attach stuff. We got to be careful about attaching stuff here. So, like, the alignment mechanism for this, it'd be better if it rode up here. And I had an alignment system in this area here, like this. And then this module can go back that way. If we have this offset alignment system here, or we have an, like, I put the alignment system over here and the docking ports over here, right? These vertical parts of the dual keel. Once again, I'm just addressing the fact that we need to put a dual, like, we're giving the provisions for a dual keel. Okay, that's all I'm doing. I'm adding it in, and then we'll move on to other things that we need to do with this module. All right. So the big thing that I can think of is that we can offset it this way, because when we're riding in the payload bay like this, we have room up top, right? Because the shuttle payload bay, my shuttle's payload bay is designed to take one of these in hexagonal form, like the S0 truss segment that we have here, okay? So, yeah, that's how that's going to need to be done. We need to go with an offset docking port. And if we go with the offset docking port, that'll hold us in on this side. And we could use the alignment mechanism here. Put the alignment mechanism there, get this thing to dock, and then we could strut it in position. We could run the struts from here to there, and there to there. Another thing that we could do is just get rid of this piece right here. Another thing we could do is get rid of that piece, and we could run the struts right to the center structure of this. But running them to the I-beam is actually, that's strong enough, because the I-beam is grandparented. It's grandparented to one of these beams. I love refrigerators. Yeah, I love refrigerators. And then we could run a strut from there to there, strut from there to there. And if the docking port is attached to, like, this piece right here, then it ties right in with the mainline hierarchy, which is pretty much what we want. And this needs to be offset like that. I love refrigerators. New Orion cam. Let me see. Oh, that's cool, man. That's the LAS jettison. Watch the windows. Holy frick, that's cool. That's really cool. God, that first comment, though. Luffy, this is probably a little kid or something. That's awesome. You want to go IVA view of Orion LAS jettison. Let's go internal view of Orion LAS jettison. So cool. We all do it. Let me just proofread because I don't want to be that guy that makes a typo. Internal view of Orion LAS jettison on Artemis 1 ascent. Ascent doesn't need to be capitalized. So cool. And you know, like, here, little lesson on social media management. Maybe we should, yeah, let's give a couple of rock-ons there. Let's give a couple of horns. Couple of horns. You can edit it? No. The one should be on. There we go. Artemis 1 ascent. So cool. Only if you pay $8 a month though for an edit, right? I prefer proofreading. There we go. Oh dear. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Let's just pretend. Okay. let's just go over here and not forget anything. Okay. Why is he trending? I don't know, yeah. Yeah, man. We're in trouble, dude. We gotta make some adjustments. I love refrigerators. Alright, we don't need this piece for this truss segment. We don't need that piece or that piece. So we have an offset system. So I can put my alignment systems down here. That actually would be cool because what I would like to do is have hybrid tech down here, have hybrid tech holding this thing in on the backside, and then have struts, EVA struts on the front. But honestly, we have to test. We have to test to see if that would work correctly. Sorry if I missed when you explained. What is your plan to make sure each section is aligned? Kraken tech, man. The hybrid tech. Oh, you just answered derp. Hey, that just proves that you're on the we're on the same wavelength, man. That doesn't make me upset, to be honest with you. That's a good message. That's a good signal to me that that I'm explaining this correctly. You know what I mean? When people ask questions and I can anticipate the questions that are going to be asked, that's good for me. That means I'm doing my job correctly. So that you know, unlike the Patriots. I'm sorry, I'm not gonna stop harping on my team. It's actually kind of funny. It's kind of fun. It's kind of funny how bad we are. Go Bill, dude. Damn it, I got nothing to say. There's nothing to complain about. We got outplayed. Like, I don't know what to tell you, homie. Good luck in the Super Bowl. Don't lose. I hope you guys don't get screwed like you got screwed last year. That's not fun. Like, I ain't even mad. You deserve to brag after that thrashing. I'm not, like, dude, straight up, not even pissed off. Like, yep, no, yep, tip my cap. I'm gonna be over here. You know? It's funny because the Patriots, dude, they do. Like, I'm not even gonna be like funny EJ where I'm like, you take that back. No, dude, it's actually not good. We got a big problem. Sponsor a Moonikin today, and you could get free pudding. Toppings of your favorite hand egg. A fellow Bungles fan. I like Burrow too. Allen's a good quarterback, but I like Joe Burrow as well. Burrow's cool, man. My condolences. I couldn't believe the time of possession clock was a huge difference. Blue, we got a problem. The Patriots got a big problem. Like this is not good. We're 6-6. That's not good. That's not good at all. Yo, we got a big problem. What's my favorite baseball team? The Red Sox. Not as bad as us Steelers fans, my man. Hey, Pickett's okay. At least they're not the Packers. Yeah. You know what? It's all about perspective, man. My team, you know, like I'm not mad. We have the personnel. We can get there. We just got to pull our head out of our tail. You're right. I mean, you guys are right. We could be Green Bay. They got some big problems. You know what I'm saying? Something to note: for permanent attachments, you can EVA remove the locator latches later, right? That'd pull off like 10 parts per module. Yeah, Loopy, we could. Maybe Darth Belichick doesn't give a frick anymore. I don't think so, Golden. Guys like him, guys like Brady, guys like Rodgers, you can't. I mean, and Favre was the same way. You know, Peyton Manning the same. You can't. They have a hard time separating themselves from the game, dude. You know, it would be like me trying to separate myself from space flight. I can't do it. I wouldn't be able to do it. That would be nigh impossible. Like I love it so much. I wouldn't be able to do it. Wouldn't be able to do it. There's no way. Nice demo. I agree, Panta. He'll get there. As a Green Bay fan, I feel personally attacked. Hey, you beat us. What does CTS stands for? Collins Transportation System, Jack. 5 is the 5th generation of shuttle. Throughout my Kerbal 1 career, I've made 4 real big generational versions of the shuttle. I don't have pictures of every single one, but if you want to see what the first one looked like, I can show you. Zoinks! May have taken a wrong turn. Congress disposes. Let me take a look. We'll find it. There's pictures of the Dodge and truck and stuff. I have the first shuttle. I could show you like the Mark 1 shuttle that I made in 2013. There's the first one I ever made. Started with building the payload bay around the orange tank, and yeah, see? That's the Mark 1. Collins is named for Eileen Collins. I originally named it for Michael Collins because I didn't think he got enough credit, but Eileen Collins would be equally as applicable, I suppose. No, I didn't, Sawyer. No, Baikal was before this, fellas. Yeah, that's the first shuttle I ever made in Kerbal. Yep. I don't think so, Wheat. By the way, I finished my first fully reusable Ares 1 today. It's not loading for me, demo. Oh, there it goes. Very nice. Yeah, you're using your engine. And then you got an inflatable heat shield behind the PAF. Very nice. Very nice. Yeah, the payload bay doors actually undocked from the shuttle and moved into place with Kraken tech. Yeah. Will we? Sorry to harass. I didn't really plan on it. We got the B-21 reveal and I wanted to play KSP. Maybe later, I don't know. That was pre-gizmos. Yeah, I did that without the manipulator. Jason Lee, a viewer in chat, came up with a way to not use gizmos, but kind of physically place parts. I love refrigerators, Owens. Yeah, I'm working on the trust segments. But also, what's your favorite space movie? It better be Armageddon. October Sky? Does that count? Deep Impact. Nice. Apollo 11, I don't know if that's necessarily a space movie so much as it's a documentary, you know? But I love refrigerators. Yeah, the hacky way was to use a cubic octag, right? And then attach whatever you wanted to the cubic octag like this. Right? And then you could just place them in a chain like that. And keep in mind, this is before gizmos, but you could make a concave shape like that. But about Indiana Jones 5, I don't have any. It's not compatible demo because of the Mark III cockpit, but I still have the craft file somewhere. It's probably on my other computer. I still have it. It's somewhere around. I've never got rid of any craft files. I have them all on hard drives around. Everything we've ever made. All of it. And it is backed up, too. Yeah. I haven't been that good about keeping backups lately, though. I should probably be better with that, but it's alright. Anyway, moving on. So, the attachment system has to be riding on the sides here. And, yeah, Loopy, you're right. We can get rid of it. We can get rid of the attachment systems after we use them. And then we can replace them with struts. I mean, they did stuff like that on the ISS all the time. If you look, that's Shuttlemere. If you look at these pictures of the ISS, right? Like, see those triangle pieces right there? Those triangular pieces are the shuttle guide pins from when the S0 truss segment was brought up. Those things were originally riding right here and right there. I mean, in this particular case, they took them off and stowed them here. But what we could do is we could put storage units on the modules. We could put a stowage mechanism on the modules. We have the pieces to do it. And I think that would actually be kind of cool. You know, this is like one extra part, and if we put it on the module right here, the Kerbal should be able to access it through the ladder system, right? They could get at it from the ladder, and they could take the Kraken Tech alignment mechanism out, and we could put it in there and just stow it. And then we could put struts in here, and they could swap it and we could strut the modules together. The thing is like, I would really want to test this. I would really want to test it in space to make sure that it works. Or we could stow them and send them down in a shuttle. Yeah, sure. We could bring them back down. Yeah, I don't see why not. Are you going to make a Dexter to move stuff around? I don't know if we'll make Dexter per se, Jim, but we're going to make the mobile base. If you notice, I kept the rails on this open, right? Because I want the mobile base to be able to move back and forth. When it's stowed, it doesn't count as a part anymore. Correct. At least I don't think. Here, let me take an inventory piece and put it in here. Nope, doesn't count as a part. Warp to space and test it? You're not really playing by old hard rules, right? Hired... Yeah, I mean, no, not really. What I kind of want to do, though, is send the module up. But in order to do that, I would need to start the mission mode save. You know? Maybe there's another way we can test it. Nope. Have you gone through the new rules for mission mode? Basically, there isn't any rules. It's just a science sandbox mode, Gorthon. I'm probably gonna give myself some science at the start of the save so I can make sure I have all the parts unlocked. But I want an unlimited budget. The only rule basically is just don't revert, and that's about it. Whatever happens, happens. If you lose something, you lose something. Deal with it. They're very simple rules. Through my damn hats. We could do test flights in engineering mode, warp the core up there, and send a shuttle after it. I mean, Loopy, why don't we do that in the mission mode save? In my new mission, in the mission mode 3 save. Why don't we do that? I think that would be fun, no? Because... yeah, Gagan, that was a long time ago. Because how, like, you guys got to think about it. How I would have done it back in the day is I would have tested launch vehicles in engineering mode. But when we went to build stations, we would have done that in mission mode. So maybe we should move to mission mode starting next week. I think we should start the save. We should start the new save. I think we should do it. I mean, we could always come up with demo pieces, right, for mission mode, for different missions to prove out the tech, just like exactly what they did. Some of the early shuttle missions, they were proving out tech for Space Station Freedom. Like they brought a miniature version of this, of the solar panel. I forget what mission it was. I think it was STS-41G, I think. $41G looks... who's riding on it? Crip, Mark Gounod, Catherine Sullivan, Sally Ride. That's John McBride over there. Paul Skinner. David Lisa there. I don't know if this was the right mission. $41D and $41G is when they definitely... ooh, nice picture. It's Judy Resnick, Henry Hartsfield, Steve Hawley. Alright, let's see what we got. Yep, there it is. See what I mean? They did test the components on the shuttle before they tested components on the shuttle before they flew them. That's it. That is a small version of an ISS solar panel. Cool thing about it is that during this mission, they actually generated power for the shuttle. Yeah. They deployed it right out of the payload bay. See? You could see it right here when they deployed the satellite. See? That's the solar panel. And then there's the drive mechanism to open and close it. Hey, sweet. I like the new lack of rules for mission mode. Too rigid makes less fun, and one failure can derail the program for weeks. New mission mode will allow for a lot more fun and faster progression. Yeah, Mile, I'm basically playing Kerbal the way I played it back in 2013. Now, don't get me wrong, I'd love to build launch pads for all this. I love working on the integration stuff, but we can do that in Kerbal too. Yeah, we'll go back to the old school, man. Did they bring the demo panel back down? Yeah, it was fixed inside of on a shuttle pallet inside of the payload bay, dude. Yeah, pretty much. It's not a rollout, Loopy. That's not a rollout solar array. No, 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 no. It has, it's like the ISS. See? See the truss structure? That's not a rollout. The IROSs don't work like that. They don't have an expandable truss system. They just roll out. I think it's a different mechanism. But even then, I know that was the prototype. That was the prototype for Space Station Freedom's solar panels. Would there be any added value in upgrading the ISS solar array, or is it good as it can be? They've been upgrading it all the time, Rem. They're testing a new type of solar array called rollout solars. That's what the ISS looks like on the truss segments right now. They added another solar segment. Yep, they sent out another batch of them on CRS-26. Loopy's right. Yep, and they're going to mount them right there. The crazy thing is that these solar panels are actually better. They can generate more power than those solar panels that are behind them, that are like twice the size. Yeah, the rollout solar arrays. SpaceX has been delivering them. Yeah, they're way better. Solar. Those solar cells are from like the 80s. They were designed in the 80s, guys, because look at when 41D flew. 1984. It's a little while ago. They're still operational, MC, yep. The new ones are EJ, finish the sentence. Sorry, man. my bad. Oh, my bad. Shh. Be quiet. But anyway, I like the idea of having stowage pieces. Now what I'm wondering is can we stack stowage pieces in here? You can stack RCS balls, and you should also be able to stack thermometers. Oh yeah, you could stack them. Cool. We could stack them, or we could bring them back down. I actually like that. I think that's a cool idea. So you know what I'm gonna do? How long are they rated for? How long are the panels expected to last? I don't know. On the IROSs, I have no idea. Hey, RJ, tier 3, 60-month resub. Luizo, continuing a 3-month gift sub from Animal.
Discovery,
thank you.
Throttle up.
Can you stick one of the small cylindrical ones in there? Yeah, they're not. I mean, we can. Finally got the new sub badge. Thanks, man. Thanks for all your support. You've been more than helpful. I really appreciate it. Loopy, I was thinking 2 sets of stowage containers, so we could put a stowage container right there and get a Kerbal here, pick those up, put them in there. And if they pull this side, right? So that's 2 RCS balls, three thermometers. So that'll fit. And then we could put a stack of struts in here. And then how would we attach the struts? Right to the panel. Panel could do it. Because the panel, I believe I attached to the I-beam. Because if I'm grandparent strutting these panels, they're pointing at the root part, which is that girder segment. That'd be pretty good. I agree. Yeah, we could pack it with struts, yep. Save. What is the radial container there for? How many slots does it have? This one? 3. Only 3. I don't like that because it just looks like a door. I like this one because it looks very Spartan, very utilitarian. Are those flags with a wing texture on them? Yeah. Yeah. Hey, Jaeger. I like that. That gives you really good parallax. It looks good. We're gonna have to update the design.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey Nova. What's up, buddy? Ah, fellow refrigerator enjoyer, I see. I love refrigerators. Appliance direct. I think that's the spot that makes the most sense, so just gonna move those around into position here. There we go. And they're on either side. And then we could do the same on this module as well. You like that one in line with the batteries? Yeah, I'm working on the space station stuff, dude. I actually don't mind this. That's fine. Yeah, that looks good. I like that. Send each container pre-packed with all but 2 slots full of struts. That would save ample parts in the long term. You'd need less containers overall. Yeah. We'll have to bring cargo down, though, on some missions, Jared, so that's actually going to be pretty cool because we can take down the stowing mechanism parts. Yeah, those need to be pushed out because of the docking port. Like that. They need to be pushed out on the sides a little bit. And then these ports need to go right here. They need to... The docking port basically needs to clear. And those ones, see, that one's shifted down. Okay, so we gotta... These modules, they might be asymmetrical, but they might end up also not being asymmetrical, so... I like the idea of the offset attach mechanism like that. That's actually pretty rad. That's going to be pretty sweet. But I don't want these docking ports attached like that. I think I attach these directly to the I-beams, which is not what I want. Okay, so get rid of this module for a second. Let's think about this. How do we want this? Okay, we're gonna need something like that, at least on the sides of these modules. so they can move around, so the Kerbals can move. Alright, so I'm going to add that. What you do to one side affects the other. You must understand this. I love refrigerators. Now, I don't have any problems with these ladders being attached to... I don't have any problems with the ladders being attached to the modules. They are physics-less, and it looks like they tie the module together, which looks pretty good. Now, here's the thing with these. So the flag is kind of getting in the way. I can move the flag inward if we wanted to. We can move it inward like that to give ourselves some slack, so to speak, but that will still collide with that, and so it needs to go 2 ticks inward. Which means we might need to make these a panel piece so they don't Z-fight. Two ticks and a microphone, indeed. Hey Envy, what's going on? That actually looks pretty cool. And then, you know, we'd have to move 2 ticks back. There we go. What I'm wondering here, hold on one second. Do I have... Oh, first of all, that needs to be deleted because I updated it. Is the empty outside truss segment the same subassembly here? It is. Okay, good. Cool. That means I can get rid of this. We can get a better idea for our part count. Kerbals may get stuck on the RCS on the ladders. Yeah, there's not much I can do about that, Oridon. That's the problem. I have to have a thruster there. Like, hopefully they can just jump over it or something. Yeah, we'll give them a jetpack. They need to have. I mean, even the astronauts that EVA nowadays, they have jetpacks. They have a safer module. It only has enough delta V to really rescue them in case they somehow become untethered from the space station. You could just make your own RCS using ports. Part count is kind of the reason why I chose to do that the way that I did. What do you mean, Loopy? Booster 7 lift is underway. Each one of these modules where you see the docking port, Shetzi, is going to be a different shuttle mission that we have to assemble. But yeah. So far we have 3 truss segments that I'm working on. 2 outside ones with the radiator, and then that center one with the RCS tanks on it. Center one is going to be the core module for the station. The reason why I'm starting with the truss segment is because, one, that's what they were going to do for Space Station Freedom. The reason why they didn't do that, because when they made the ISS, they made the Russian modules the core nodes instead. Because they have RCS and a guidance system on it. It actually made it easier to assemble the truss segment that way, because you had a datum to assemble it on, right? But I don't want to do something like that. That's a big booster, by the way. But, yeah, I want to start building off the truss segment. Did the Tesla Semi officially launch? I didn't see it last night, dude. I watched Hand Egg instead. Got any ideas on how you're going to do the rail trolley? Ah, dude, yeah. No, that's still kind of up in the air. But I did leave the rails for it. Part of the reason why these truss segment modules are carrying such a heavy part count is because I put the rails on there. Will there be any payloads large enough to warrant Eric 5? Maybe. Maybe, Jared. I want to use that thing. I want to use my SDLV, the SLS Series 5 heavy lifter thingamajigger erect. I only want to use that if I absolutely have to. Basically, it's gonna fill the capacity. It's gonna fill the role that the National Launch System. I can't spell national, apparently. It's going to fill the role that the NLS was supposed to do. NLS was basically... It's basically direct. Direct is very similar. It was a four shuttle engine launch vehicle. 4 shuttle engines in the core stage, but it would have used the external tank tooling instead and just had a payload fairing on top. NLS is what my vehicle is the most like. It's mostly like that. And yeah, I only want to use it if we absolutely need to. And also, I didn't really end up liking how, I didn't really end up liking the performance on the 1B, or on that vehicle anyway. I think I'm going to switch it to shuttle engines. But there's a caveat to that. I got to make some modifications to NLS in my mind. I'll tell you. You guys will probably appreciate what I want to do. You can mount them on the angle flags and just live with the cosine loss. I mean, Loopy, what we could do is that. I mean, it's not like we're going to be doing some crazy maneuvers with this thing, you know what I mean? It's not like we're going to be going nuts with this thing. This thing, I really only need the RCS there to just hold this thing in place. The shuttle will bring it to its final orbit. That's just for, these thrusters are just for small station keeping. They're just to orient the module and just keep it on an even keel for the most part, right? Like, and if that's the case, just move them in. I mean, yeah, we wouldn't be able to yaw the module as much, but those are enough to stabilize it. It's enough to keep it in place while the shuttle gets near it and docks something to it, you know? I think that's fine. Doesn't the ISS have SAS? It does, Jim. Yeah, here, I can show you. Another good resource is the ISS model that I ripped from NASA's 3D modeling archive. I didn't really rip it. You could just download it, but I ripped it into Maya. I think I downloaded it as an OBJ and then made it work in Maya. Yeah, exactly, Loopy. They're really only going to be there for a little bit, and we can add a power and propulsion system, you know? Like, I'm not too incredibly worried about it. They're just there to hold that thing in place. And heck, you know what, Loop? When we add the major propulsion modules to the station, we could literally get rid of it. We could take the system off and just bring it back down, you know? In fact, maybe we should do that. Less parts. Yeah, Jim, the gyros are right here. They're behind the S0 truss segment, the segment that I'm literally making. They're right there, but the Z1, the gyro module, is actually attached to node 1. That's the SAS for the station in real life. See the gyros? There they are. Those are big gyros. They're 3 feet wide. Urban, thanks for the raid. Swawick, what's up, buddy? How are you? Less parts, more shuttle missions. I saw you loading into Maya. I thought we were visiting an old friend. We kind of are. What's up, Payne? How you doing? Urban, what's going on? How's the trust going? It's going okay. Yeah, but like the goat old friend. That's the wrong hat today? I don't have the right hat, to be honest with you. What, that old friend, my guy? This old thing? Dude, look at all the work that I did on the ET back here. And the AP lines and everything. That actually looks pretty tight, man. Pretty tight for a Kerbal asset, you know what I'm saying? I never finished the bipods, though. I forget, Wheat. That did really come out nicely. I see some banding on the edges right there, but... Word. Not bad, Droid. Not bad. Just get perms from a mod for link permission in the future. I can see the link, though. not bad. All right. Okay, so no, go get a post-it note and fix your hat. No. I'm busy, man. I'm trying to design this thing. I'm trying to do this here. Come on. All right. Yeah, Deke, it's coming, man. We're making progress. It took a lot of staring at the damn computer to get here, but took a lot of staring at the wall, man. You know what I'm saying? Thanks, Monica. Appreciate that, guys. Thank you. I'm glad you guys are into it, man. It makes me happy. That shouldn't foul on anything. It's not to hold the modules, RJ, it's to line them up. They need to be aligned. It's really important. If you route the latches to the docking port, does that make it easier to fix, assuming you might... Offsetting them around is just... Yeah, it's... Wait, Loopy, I'm kind of confused as to what you're trying to ask here. Droid, yeah, that's why we ended up putting an inventory box in here. We're actually going to get rid of them to lower the part count, and then we're going to strut this stuff together instead. Yeah, we'll strut the modules together after. So I'll put a strut like from here to here, and from there to there, and then on the front side, we could put a strut from that down to the truss, and that will hold, I mean, it ain't going to move after that. It's just really dependent on alignment. Alignment is very important to get right. And that's why I have the Kraken tech there in the first place. Like having the modules as templates, and since the trusses are mirrored, you might have the latches in the wrong orientation for the starboard side versus the port side. These aren't in symmetry, Loop. They are separate modules. See, they're not in sim. I'm already. This thing is only going to be designed to be put together one way. And then if we wanted to have another space station with another truss segment, yeah, we could change it around as we see fit, you know. Correct. Yep. Not ambidextrous modules. Yeah. That's right. Okay. Are those radiators built in or docked to the truss? They're built in. They're built in, bud. This is good, man. This is really not bad. I'm actually pretty happy with how this is all coming together. Actually, what we can do is this again. We can put the panels over here. And then we could strut to the panels, and because they're on the main hierarchy. They're on the main hierarchical line. And then those can be the attachment points where we strut. Kerbals can run a strut, a small one from there to there, and it'll hold this thing taut really, really nicely. Hey, Rob Deuce, 22-month resub. How you doing, buddy? So what's the mission order? Will we send up the center truss first? Then a crew module, and then berth them together with the shuttle arm? Oopie, I think that might be the right way to do it. I think that might be the correct way to get it done. Yeah. We could make a pressurized mating adapter to make, because we'd have to build the shuttle docking module if we were going to do that. Want to do most of it with the shuttle, Jim? Yep. I'm watching Jared Owens' video again. shouldn't take too long, Loopy. It's gonna be a pretty simple module to make. I already have the latching mechanism figured out for the shuttle, so the reason why it's not gonna be a big deal is because I can reconfigure the shuttle's payload bay per mission because I'm recovering the shuttle. So yeah, we could literally just build the docking module and strut it to the side of the strut it to the side of the bay if we really want to. I'm probably not gonna end up doing that. I'm probably not gonna end up doing that because I said that, you know, we would design the shuttle in a way to have Kraken tech to be if we wanted to make like an OPF for the shuttle, we would do it. How we know the Kraken won't attack this? That's part of the reason why it's taking so long for me to make them Nova Raptor, because I'm thinking about the hierarchy as we build. Yeah, Loopy, yes. Mm-hmm. Hey, banana time. Not sure if you saw this. Oh, looks good, man. Nice lander. What did you do for those landing legs? They look good. Oh, I see. Grip. Yeah, not bad. All right, I just kind of got to see how this thing got put together here. I wanted to take a quick dive into like ISS assembly operations, because I remember watching these things get put together back in the day, like on highlight reels that we saw at school and stuff. Like, well, I say highlight reels that we saw in school. I would go to the library and find NASA footage on the internet. Yeah, study hall. Alright, so they pulled the Destiny module out. Oh, okay. I see how they did this. That makes sense. They docked the shuttle to PMA-3. The PMA-3. Well, the Destiny module was still in here. They took off PMA-1. So the shuttle would have docked down here. It would have docked down here with Destiny riding in the shuttle's payload bay. They would have taken off PMA-2. Attach PMA-2 to the Z1 truss segment's passive berthing mechanism. Basically just holding that thing in place. It doesn't go to anywhere. And then the shuttle would have taken Destiny out and attached it. And once Destiny was attached, the shuttle's arm would have reached up and over and brought it back. Okay. Alright. And then the next mission brought up a remote manipulator. We do need to make a station RMS too, but it's literally just going to be my shuttle RMS with a docking port on one end, on both ends instead of one. That's the grapple point. Yep. So then they brought the Quest airlock up. Okay. We should make an airlock module too. There's Piers. It shouldn't be too hard, RJ, once we get the gist of it. It's really not going to be that big of a deal. I am going to borrow from this a little ways. I'm not going to lie to you. Some of these missions will basically mirror NASA's. So what I'm wondering here is how did they get the S0 trust segment in position? They couldn't have docked to PMA3 on the nadir of node 1 right there. They couldn't have done that, so it had to have been PMA2. That's the space station remote manipulator. That's how they did it. The RMS.
Gets attached to the top of the module. The Mobile Remote Servicer Base System, or MBS, was added next. This platform.
That's the train. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Creeper. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's pretty crazy, right? I'm gonna sit here and I'll just be the one that sits here and says it. When I was watching this happening, I was like, "That's pretty freaking cool." But then, you know, later down the road, when we don't have this capability anymore, I don't think I valued it as much as I should have at the time. Like, we can't do stuff like this no more. No space shuttle. We'll do something similar, but we can't do the exact same thing, you know? Coming in 2025 to theaters near you. Alright, so which remote manipulator system is pulling that module out of the shuttle there? Is it the shuttles or is it one or two? Space station remote manipulator, which is 2, or the shuttle? Oh, that's on board the space station, so that's got to be the station manipulator that did it. Holy frick, look at how big that thing is. Yep, space station remote manipulator system plucked the thing out of the shuttle's payload bay. Okay. Yeah, Phil, you move one part at a time. One part of the arm gets moved at a time. Yep. So, I'm not 100% sure about the station's remote manipulator, but I know a lot about the shuttles. So, on the shuttle control panel, you have... There's like a couple of things that you can control. So, the control panel is looking into the payload bay. And first thing you got to do is power up the arm, and you could do that by hitting the servo power amplifiers. And then basically powering the thing on, right? And then you have MPM mechanism, which is the manipulator positioning mechanism, which basically folds the arm out of the payload bay, or it unfurls it out of the payload bay. So, because the arms, if you're looking at the payload bay like this, the shuttle's payload bay door is closed, and if the arm was straight up, the door would run into it, right? So the arms are actually tilted in. And I say arms because there's actually a toggle switch on the back panel. And you could switch, the shuttle could carry 2 remote manipulators, and you could toggle back and forth. They put a toggle system in. So you could power, you basically have 2 ports on the sides of the shuttle in the front of the payload bay, and you could attach arms to either side. They would work. You could just flip it back and forth. The shuttle flew its entire career with that provision and then never used it. Which is annoying, but it is what it is. So... You got to flip the power on, move the MPM into the outward position, and then you have to release the drive hooks, and that moves the arm, that releases the arm from its latching mechanism to the shuttle payload bay. And then you have a toggle, you have like a knob that you can turn that controls several components. So the arm has a shoulder, an elbow, and a wrist. That's what they call them, shoulder, elbow, and wrist. Hey, Evil Rays, thank you for the raid, man. I appreciate it. So the shoulder has two things that you can control. You have shoulder rotation, right? And then shoulder pitch, like this. So you can do this with your shoulder, or you can do that. That's basically a servo that goes 180 degrees so they can move the arm around like this. And then there's obviously the pitch, moving the arm up, and so it can reach up out of the payload bay. Your elbow has one control. Obviously, it's just this, right? Just forward and back. And then out on the wrist of the arm, there's three. There's three controls. You have your wrist pin, which does this. It's your pitch control for the end of the arm. And then you have your arm yaw, like that. And then you have your twist, like that. And you control one thing at a time. You can't control two servos at a time. It would cause too much movement. That's why when I used the arm, when we were testing the remote manipulator for the shuttle in KSP, when we tested it last week, I made sure to only move one thing at a time. Don't try to do too many things, because then the arm just starts doing this. It starts flopping around. Crane! Crane! I don't know what that means, but crane! All right, let's keep going. So we have our fastening mechanism here. Interesting, thanks for the answer. Yep. If you want a more detailed explanation of this and how it all works, page 700 in the Space Shuttle Operations Manual. It is on a timer, Gorthon. All right. Okay, where was I? All right, so these are the vertical. Those are for the dual keels. Those are the mount points. And I mounted them on the outside. These ones got to be mounted. They got to be switched to be mounted out here. That's better for the hierarchy if we mount them here, because if we mount them on this I-beam out here and then we grandparent strut the docking port, it'll have a physical connection to that I-beam and then an auto strut to that girder segment. That's what we want. That'll make it really strong. We're basically, because we chose to attach it over here, we're basically getting two connections for the price of one. Make sure that this docking port is set to grandparent part, no acquisition force. So see now, if I grandparent strut this, there you go. Why the alternating texture on the truss? Just so it looks nice, Sile, honestly. The flags are physics-less parts. They won't clog up your game as much as like a regular part, so I'm not, yeah, I don't mind that. I don't mind doing it this way. There we go. Okay, so now what I think we should do, this girder segment, if we grandparent it, where does it go? It goes to the docking port. Okay, so that's good. But what we'll do is I'm going to take this and we're going to bring this vertical, right? And we're going to T-bone this right here. And that gives me adequate clearance for the radiator. And then because this thing has an atrocious root node, I'm going to touch it right there. So now, the reason why we did this, is so we can run struts, regular struts, from the docking port to the radiator mount. And that gives us 3 connections for the price of 1 right there. And this makes it so that girder segment for this radiator is tied in structurally. And then what we could do is 625 flag. No, that didn't do what I wanted. I was hoping we could cover that up, but another thing that we could use for that is in the arrow tab, but it's not physics list, so. Hey, Jumlin. Happy Friday, buddy. That port was actually too high. Give me 1 second, guys. Interesting. Okay. Sorry, I was just reading something. So we're doing an ISS replica, I guess? Nah, hell, not exactly. This is... No, it's not an ISS replica. It's a combination of Space Station Freedom, which was the precursor to the ISS. I took some parts from the ISS that I liked, and then the rest is me. Like, the ISS nor Space Station Freedom have something like this here. That right there is a provision system to do something like this. I'll show you. I want my truss segments to go up and over so I can attach stuff to it to basically make a dry dock for building ships or a fuel storage depot. That's an idea that comes from Space Station Freedom. But Space Station Freedom, when they wanted to do the truss segment that goes all the way up and all the way down, what's called the dual keel space station, when they wanted to do this, the truss segment was completely different than what ended up becoming Space Station Freedom in the ISS. See, these truss segments are a hexagonal system, and then a trapezoidal system in the center here. See what I'm talking about? These guys, the original Space Station Freedom concept was going to use an expandable truss system, and basically what they would do is build a box right here, and they would put components into the box, and the box would assemble the truss like a tower crane almost, and it could just zip up segments over and over again. I'm not doing that. I mean, we could do it with EVAs, I think, but that just sounds like a lot of work that I don't really want to do. So I'm going to I want to try to build Space Station Freedom using ISS parts. And then, of course, there's the huge challenge of, not every idea from real life works very well in Kerbal. So where I'm adding my own ideas is taking what I know about Kerbal and adapting it. Does that make any sense? That's pretty cool. There you go, RJ. We could use the external tank as a prop depot and use it to refuel Centaur G stages. Yeah, I'm trying to marry a couple of ideas here, and that's hard to do. It's a tough sell. But yeah, I basically have provisions for the dual keels, right? But one of the things that I had to do for the keel segments here is make sure that they're not getting in the way of my thermal arrays here. So that's why we had an offset system like this. And there's nothing like that exactly on the ISS. There's nothing. Nothing works like that. This is me marrying a couple of ideas together and then making it work in Kerbal and then adding my own stuff to it too. Any chance we'll see something like Minchip in KSP 2? If the game allows for it, Arsenal, sure. Yeah, yep. That's kind of cool, gentlemen, but yeah. Cool. Could this help you build interstellar ships for KSP2 or interplanetary vessels? Probably not. No. Kerbal 2 is it's going to be a totally different game, dudes. Same ideas, but it's a totally different game from the ground up. You got to remember that. You said grow some stuff. There's solar systems. Yeah? So I got to make that change over here as well. There we go. Okay, now I'm gonna run my struts. Nope. I almost fat-fingered the keyboard. Go. Okay, not bad. Your center truss being the main hub for the station, and if you take up all the anchorages, you add more truss segments in the long line, or adding vertical truss segments to create other sections. These ones here are to create the dual keels, this one. And then outside of this, I'll have the solar panel rotational array right here, and then the solar panel modules. Better hit the save button. Just got here, it's looking amazing. Thanks, man. I got these flags right here that have a cool truss texture on them. That's gonna be sick, dude. Where did you get those flags? Viewers, I think it's time that we make a. We're probably gonna need to make a new flag pack here for the shuttle payload bay texture, the wing texture, and the strut texture. Yeah, see, we're at 218 parts here, and guys, don't get me wrong, that's a lot for 3 modules, but most of these other modules are not going to be as part count heavy as these ones. Just because these ones are, well, first of all, this thing is 100 parts. It's carrying all of the power and propulsion systems, the temporary stuff. And the other thing is, basically what we're gonna do is I have inventory containers with struts up here. And the Kerbals are going to EVA. They're going to have to EVA out here. And when they EVA out, they're going to get rid of the alignment mechanism after the module's docked. We can get rid of it, put it in the inventory, and then strut stuff instead. So, like, where there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 parts right there, there's 10 parts here, 10 parts there, right? Where those parts are, right? We're going to replace them with 2. So that's 10 parts there, 10 parts there. There will be 10 parts on the vertical attachment, 10 parts there, you know, like this is going to go down a lot. Heck, I can even take the propulsion and solar systems off of this thing when we're done. We could put them somewhere else and we could bring them back down. It doesn't matter. Did you say a strut texture? Yeah, this flat flag. See the trusses? They look like kind of like struts. And then here as well, we could swap. Take 10 parts out right there, 10 parts out right there. Yeah, this is not going to be as crazy as it seems. Are you going to place physical struts between the modules? Yeah. I even have flanges right here. See the structural panels? So the Kerbals are going to climb on these ladders. They're going to EVA. They'll take this stuff out, put it in the inventory container, right? And then we'll pull a strut out, and we'll run a strut from that panel to lock the thing into position. Or at least that's the plan. I kind of have to test to see if it works. Yeah, I really have to, we have to prove the system works, but, not bad, right? Test down here so we don't fail up there. Gandalf said that. Yeah, that's right. By the way, will you cover the B-21 reveal? I love refrigerators. Yeah, loading. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, cool. again, like parts like these ladders and the flags that make up this, they're all physicsless parts, so they're really not too crazy on the part count, you know? I got a shipping quote if I were to buy that square body, 2,000 to send it east or west, so all in all, it's about 5K. Oh, I want it. No, why did I do this? I did this. What am I doing? I did this to check prices for enough. Yeah, you can get that all day. Dude, that's what I'm trying to tell you. You can get that all day. Even there are trucks that are in way crappier condition than this thing that are going for over 11 grand. And that one has an inline 6 in it. See what I mean? Yeah. Or no, you'll be in the green either way if you wanted to sell it or just let it appreciate, you know, whatever. Doubling down on your mem. Yeah, there you go. That seems right to me. Listen to Weederino. He's a good dude. Cool, now we just gotta do this on the other side. Yeah, Woody, we're gonna do it. So like what we gotta do, and what I've been kind of figuring as I build this station out, dude, is we need I gotta start testing this up in space. We gotta test to see if this stuff works. So we could just test it right now in engineering mode. We could just test it in the test save, or we could go figure it out. That's probably what I would have ended up doing back in the day. Send up a mission to see if it works, you know, frick around and find out. That's not really the way that you should do it, but, you know. Where's the fun in that, you know, like. There you go. Nice. That's good, man. I'm thinking a rollback or a ramp truck. I don't think the wheelbase is long enough for that, dude. But I mean, if I wanted to. But if it's the right wheelbase or not, yeah, go for it, man. And then what we can do on the ends of these modules, instead of the panel right there, bridging that thing together, no, I think actually now that I'm looking at this, putting the inventory container out here is a better idea. Putting it on this side so we can click at it. That's the container that we're going to use to stow the Kraken tech once the mechanism is aligned. Yeah, Mile, yeah. Are you gonna do the viewer voting again, budgets and all that, or back to old school? Old school, Woody. Yeah, no, we're going old school. Yeah, Mission Mode 3, so to speak, is going to be Mission Mode 1 rules. Old school rules. Basically, no, you don't need to build a launch pad, you don't need to do anything. You got an unlimited budget, make whatever you want. But you have to do it right the first time. If it fails, it fails. No reverts. That's the old school rules. Also, I love refrigerators. Hey Skunks, what's going on? Would you consider the previous mode a success? Yeah, it was pretty good. It was pretty good up until the point. My mistake was trying to get Mission Mode to be realistic. Mission Mode 2 to be like super realistic. It ended up being a committee ruling on things, and yeah, that ruined it. Yeah. And it taught me a pretty damn good lesson. The lesson that it taught me is that, look, I can't rely on chat to be there. This is gonna sound weird. I can't rely on chat to be there to, you know, hold my hand and tell me what I need to do in Kerbal. I gotta do it myself. Does that make sense? Mission Mode worked a lot better when I didn't democratize the launch system, but democratizing the missions. The mistake I made with Mission Mode was democratizing the launch system. I shouldn't have done that. When Dart got canceled, I should have kept using Dart. I shouldn't have put it to a vote when it got canceled. That was my big mistake. That's where I screwed up. So, I wanted Mission Mode to be realistic. I got what I wanted. Unfortunately. Unfortunately, I got what I wanted. You know what I'm saying? It was fun though, dude. It was fun. You know, when we had the simpler launch vehicles going, it was great. I love refrigerators. Freezers are cooler. Refrigerators can have freezers in them. Damn racist. I mean, in the breaks you took after, you learned a lot about robotics and building, which was good since you actually had time to figure stuff out, rather than meet a deadline. Yeah. I have to hold myself accountable to deadlines, guys. I thought having chat do it for me would be a fun idea. Didn't work. Yeah, that was a bad idea. Yeah, that was really stupid. That was really stupid. Yeah, it was by one vote. Yeah, and half the people didn't know half the people didn't know what they were voting for, dude. I'm like, oh, it's just a nightmare. Yeah. Hellfish, I just couldn't do it anymore. All those rules made me burn out on KSP. You know what? Like, that's the thing. Everybody says, like, oh, you burned out on KSP. I didn't burn out on KSP. I still wanted to play. I just... Playing in mission mode... Playing with the mission mode rules seemed like I convinced myself somehow that playing those rules were the only way to have fun, which is stupid. I know it doesn't make sense, but sometimes your brain do be like that, you know what I mean? But like I said, it taught me a good lesson. It taught me a really good lesson. It taught you that made me a better streamer, and it made me a better Kerbal player. It just didn't do it in the ways that I thought it was going to, but yeah. Yeah, Hokie, that's what I'm trying to do with this last save, really. We're trying to hit our mark, you know what I mean? Also, I love refrigerators.
Discovery.
Yo, King Kitten, what's up, man? 80-month resub. Kerbal rocks, jet lag sucks. Okay. Yeah, there you go, RJ. Yep. Yeah, exactly, Aqualex. When chat was involved with stakeholder expectations, so the mission, not the design. That's when it started to get fun. I think I hit my stride with the Freedom rockets. The mission mode was awesome, and then I screwed it up. I screwed it all up. And by the time I really kind of realized what I had done, it was just, frick this. You did a mistake on my part, but you learn. You know what I mean? Like that's what you're supposed to do. Well, yeah, I mean, I guess Hellfish, yeah.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Why do you think you screwed up mission mode? I literally just talked about it, Thrawn. Yeah, I just got through explaining all that, man. You probably just came in, man. Sorry, I just got through explaining it. The short answer is that I democratized the launch vehicle, and that was not really what I should have done. I shouldn't have done that. You guys figure out the mission. The way Mission Mode 2 would work if I was going to do it again is you guys figure out what you want me to do, and I'll do everything else. Seriously, that's what I would do. You guys vote on where you want me to go and funding, and that's it. That's it. I'll figure it out from there. No deadlines, no nothing like that. I mean, it's up to me to get it done on a reasonable schedule. Do you feel like stretching your legs? No. The Porcupine, I don't even mind if, like, bureaucrats in Congress choose what NASA's goal is. I don't have a problem with that. It's just, you know, they need to stay the frick out of the engineering. Like, they need to stay far away from the engineering. But anyway, I mean, the SSDO was impressive. It was awesome, dude. It was an awesome piece of equipment. SSDO would destroy in a mission mode save like this, but I want to use the shuttle. So I'm working on the provisions for making the dual keel on these modules. Got them. And yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out right now. I'm pretty sure this system will work. Actually, I am sure that this system could work. If you guys haven't noticed, this is literally the same thing that I used to join modules together. And we tested that the other day, and I had a 0.2 degree deviation at best. And that was even after really rushing the docking. I had two of my old space station modules from Mission Mode 2 out and about, and I was messing with them, and I like spun one around and then tried to line it up with docking, and it was very imprecise. And even me being imprecise with it got a 0.2 degree deviation, which is good. Meaning basically that I know this will be good for aligning components. It'll be adequate for it. The real big one that we have to worry about is this. That one needs to be really close, because these modules need to be basically, that docking port needs to be pointing in the same direction as that docking port. If those two docking ports are crooked, we're going to go to make the keels and they're not going to line up. So we have to make sure that that's right. Small SSDO would be a great crew-only taxi. Hellfish, I was actually thinking about making a lifeboat thing from a lifeboat vehicle from the space station, and bringing Dart back, like an upgraded version of Dart, to be used like what NASA wanted to do with the CRV, the crew return vehicle. Yeah, the X-38. I love refrigerators. So docking ports have rotational capabilities now. It's on a 1 degree increment, Drummer. My ports are way more precise than that. You can't move them on a 1/10 of a decimal place.
Discovery, going throttle up.
What about freezers? Refrigerators can have freezers too. Refrigerators? Yeah. Yeah, I love refrigerators. Here. Let me explain. Where's the mouse? Come on.
I love refrigerators.
Does that make sense? Well, when you put it that way, yeah, see what I mean? No? No? What do you mean?
Discovery,
Well, it
going
certainly
throttle up.
illustrates the diversity of the word. Hokey gifted a sub to refrigerators. I love refrigerators, dude. All right. I love refrigerators. Ich liebe Kühlschrank. Kühlschrank? Ravi Shankar? Kühlschränke. Ah, there you go. Danke. Cool whip. Cool whip. Say cool. Cool. Say whip. Whip. Now say cool. Cool whip. Do they have refrigerators on the ISS? Oh yeah. They love refrigerators. Wheat will wheaten. Wheatens. Wheat. Doesn't explain how it's relevant to going on in the stream. Well, yeah, it does, because the title of the stream is "I love refrigerators," and there's refrigerators on the stream.
I love refrigerators.
I love refrigerators. They're great. Right? I love refrigerators.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has
Wicked.
landed.
Wicked. Love being part of this awesome community in space. Lots of space. My pleasure. Thank you for my pleasure for doing it. Danke für the tip, mein Freund. I know you're probably not able to talk about it, but in KSP, have they overhauled parts optimization on parts to allow more complicated builds? Well, yeah, actually, Alleviate, what they did was... So actually, yeah, I'm pretty impressed by the, what I've seen thus far. Someone clip that and lip read? You probably shouldn't do that. You probably shouldn't do that. Just saying. many parts do you expect to have for the station when it's fully stacked? It's going to be like 6 bajillion parts, dude. Yep. Nah, Kem, the part count's going to be high initially, but all the Kraken tech stuff, I'm going to take off. We're going to do Kerbal EVA, and we're going to remove the alignment mechanisms because we don't need them. And then we'll run struts and have Kerbal's EVA and strut all this stuff together. The other thing you guys got to take into account is that a lot of these parts are just flags. Probably about half of them are flags. They're physics-less. Physics-less parts don't get me wrong, it's not free, you know what I mean? Physics-less parts don't lag the game as much as if I made this out of, say, panels, for instance. But they do optimize. So that's part of the reason why I have a flag with a wing texture on it instead of a wing there. Because the physics-less part they don't actually do a physical calculation on this, the game. It's optimized around the part that it's attached to. It's going to apply its value, its aerodynamic calculation, to the part that's ahead of it in the hierarchy. So physics-less parts will give you a bit of an optimization, which is why this design is so heavily, it's so heavily influenced by using a lot of physics-less parts. You know, I'd say easily half of these parts are physics-less. So cut that number in half for what we're doing, and then I don't know. Actually, maybe take about a third of the part count off, and that's realistically the performance that we'd be getting. If you take out the alignment pieces, does that limit us from reconfiguring things, or can you read the parts? Can you re-add the parts if you need to move a module?
Discovery,
It's basically going to be one and done for these 3 truss segments. For the dual keels, for the actual keels, if we go to make them, I'm not 100% sure. I haven't really gotten that far yet. You know what I mean? Thanks for explaining. Yeah, no problem. Any predictions, educated guesses about the look capability ahead of the B21 reveal? It's a smaller B2 that's very, very optimized. So it's not going to carry... It does everything that a B2 does for not as much of the price. It's tonight, Jax. Yeah, we're going to watch it. Hey, Poyoko, 4-month resub. Thank you. So it's your flagship. Don't do that again. And then the other thing that we're going to do, you kind of walked into that one. Well, you walked into Goat Simulator, okay? The other thing that we're going to do is I have specialized attachment points, these panels right here that are inside. And if you notice, oh, that one doesn't have the panels installed yet. This one does, though. See, there's 2 of them. These are attached to the mainline hierarchy, so strutting those 2 panels together will reinforce this and really tie it together. So if you think about it, each one of these attachment mechanisms, you know, it's 5 parts on one side. So there's 3 thermometers, 2 RCS balls, right? On one. So the docking ports and everything right here would make it 10 parts for the alignment mechanism. If we swap those out with struts, right, we're swapping 10 parts for 2 parts. Because strut here, strut there, right? You know, take those parts out, strut there. So, think about it. How many connections do I have right now on this thing? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then we're going to have 7, 8. That's 80 parts. And we're going to swap those out, and if this works how I think it's going to work, we'll replace 80 with 16. So the part count's going to be high here in the SPH, but it's not going to be high when we're up in space. Tim Bite, hey, thanks for the raid. Yeah, Alleviate, I'm going to play the trash out of it. I really hope that I made that clear to the developers of KSP2 that I'm going to break the frick out of your game. Yeah, I'm going to break it. That's what I like doing. Beard is on point. Thank you, sir. Was that a red flag? You kind of walked into this one. Quiet. At least they'll have solid feedback from the very start. Why do you guys do this to me? Why do you keep doing this? Stop it. Stop it. It's distracting. Where's my hat? There we go. Do this crap all day. It's not funny vibing, damn it. It's not funny at all. You still coming down next week? Oh, John, no. I totally forgot about that. Oh, I totally forgot about it, dude. I suck. Damn it. Nah, dude, I don't have any plans. I tried to get something going with DOS, but yeah, it's just so much stuff going on. John, I got some coals some irons in the fire right now, dude, to say the least. And it's been like lately. But I don't like talking about this stuff. I don't even want to tell you guys what I'm doing because, like, in my mind that jinxes it. I don't like telling people that I'm gonna do something and have that thing be out of my control. You know what I mean? So one of the irons in the fire is getting a P.O. box. I have all the forms on my desk in the house for the P.O. box. That's coming very soon, guys. Yeah, very soon. We're gonna get the full P.O. box going. You know why your iron's in the refrigerator? I love refrigerators. Is it chroming the bottom of this? Is the bottom of this green? It is. Oh, I never noticed that. You're going to hear a little bit more about it, Dragon, than you might think. But you didn't hear that from me. Check with Mater, assuming you're referring to Electron at Wallops. How many points to change this god-awful jacket? Geek, unlike you, I'm going to wear the colors of my team, even when they lose. I ain't no fair-weather fan. Ain't no fair-weather fan, boy. I take pleasure in gutting you, boy. I take pleasure in gutting you, boy. You know, how many Patriots fans out there are gonna jump ship when the team starts doing bad? I hate those people. But you know what I do like? Refrigerators. I love refrigerators. Geek, did you know that? Did you know that I love refrigerators? I love refrigerators. Serious? No. You love lamp? Bill's Mafia represent? Ugh. Don't you have a table to crush or something? Get the frick out of here, man. Do you have a table to crush? Get out of here. No, I'm just kidding. You guys played great. You did a good job. It must have been a fun game for you, dude, because it wasn't a fun game for me, man. It wasn't a fun game for me. I wanted to die. I'm like, no, this is horrible. Why is this happening?
Go and throttle up.
I wish I owned an appliance company now. I'd totally sponsor an EJ refrigerator. I love refrigerators. I love refrigerators. Wait, gifted a sub to Lord Khan. There you go. Dude, the launch escape system jettison. That was such great footage. Also, Lockheed with the bruh. Have you seen the Packers this year? Yeah. We see our run game sucks. Yeah. Geek, I haven't seen that, dude. Sorry. There's a lot of really franchise teams that aren't doing very well this year, huh? It's not just the Pats. Been a fan since the Jim Plunkett days, all the way through the Bledsoe era. I started in the Bledsoe era, so I remember what it's like to have these guys suck when the Patriots suck. I remember what that was like. It was not fun. But hey, I ain't jumping ship. Screw that. I don't do that. I know there's a lot of New England fans that do that crap, and I don't like it. Screw you guys. The getting's been good for like 20 years, alright? You know, jump ship after 1 or 2 bad seasons? Get the frick out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here. Pittsburgh is 4-7. Oh, God. You know what? You know what? We ain't doing that bad comparatively. You guys are 4-7. Oh. Oh, that's what most Mercedes fans do. Yeah, Sam Carr, it's disgusting. It's disgusting. And it makes me not like Mercedes even more. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, they kind of went a little nuts. Jets not doing too good either. Salah's turned that team around, to be honest with you. But yeah, the Jets got some problems. Is the shuttle operational? Yeah, I got nukes. I'm working on the station for it, dude. Dual keel, man. What do you think? It's okay, guys. The Bills will get to the Super Bowl and choke. As is tradition. It's okay. What if they don't choke? Well, why would they want to abandon tradition? No, no, no. Reject modernity. Embrace tradition. Really? At least we're not the Texans. Man, do they suck. Wow. Yeah, I used the wing and the shuttle panel texture that we have. You need to be able to read lips. Oh, we got a message. Might be important. I know what he said. Dude. Wow. Mac's not happy. He is pretty mad. He's mad. Let's see one more time. Ready?
And that speaks volumes.
Ooh. Kim, yeah, I got you. Yeah, dude, what a G. Wait, what does he say after that? Hold on. Hold on. He says, throw the frickin' ball! Right? He fricking, for lack of a better word. Yep, that's exactly what he said. Our fricking run game sucks! Fudge! Fudge! says fudge. We'll do it live. Frick it. Freaking run game sucks. I think he said I love refrigerators. I love refrigerators. Oh my god. I think he said fridge. I love refrigerators. Yep. Yep. You're right. You guys are right. I'm wrong. Yep. Yes and no, Droid. We're gonna build a good deal of it in here, but there's some mechanisms that I really need to test. We need to. These early modules are pretty much. Yeah, they're pretty much good to go, but we need to test the strutting system and stuff to see if it works correctly. I haven't proven that it works correctly. I know my alignment system works, but the whole EVA thing with the Kerbals and replacing the alignment mechanisms with struts, I haven't tested that. So we're gonna need to launch some parts of the station before it's finished. Now the question all want to know, everybody wants to know the answer to. How many times did you say frick last night watching the Pats? Not many, Alleviate. I knew we were gonna get stomped. Yeah, I knew yeah. I said it before I left. I'm like, we're gonna lose. Like, and the Patriots did exactly what I was expecting. They did not play very well. It is what it is, dude. I mean, Wicked, yeah. They're treading water, dude. They're treading water. It's just, like, dude, I don't want to get into excuses because there's no excuse. We gotta stop sucking. Like that. First and foremost, they suck. There's no cohesion. There's no coherency. Mac throws the ball. The guy runs a different route. He hands off the ball to people every once in a while, and maybe they get down the field. This reeks of just not having your stuff together. They don't have their stuff together. So why don't they have their stuff together? Like, okay, so Wicked, some people ain't gonna like what I'm gonna say here, but I don't think it's any personnel, to be honest. I don't think it's the coaching. I don't think it's the players. Think about it. Think about the season. So first of all, they decided to change the offense in week 1. They literally went with a completely different offensive scheme in week 1. So that means week 1, 2, and 3 we're basically shooting from the hip, which is not really a good idea. That's not really smart. That's like changing your battle strategy like at the last second. Max said it in the press interview. He's like, I don't know if this is a good idea. So we did that, and then in week 4, Mac got hurt. So the second he started to find his stride, he got hurt. And the new offense didn't work. Mac started to kind of adjust, but the new offense wasn't working, so he would throw a lot of picks. And then he got hurt, and then we put Zappy in. And Zappy was kind of good He did a good job. He did a good job against the Pack. He did a good job against the the other team that he played against. I forget who he played. But honestly, the offense is built around Mac, right? So we came back, right when Mac came back, we basically started from square one again. And we've been starting from square one since. They've been slowly getting progressively better over these last couple of games since Mac has been back. But at the end of the day, there's no excuse. There's no excuse. Whoever decided to change the offense in week 1, I mean, it was probably Matty that did it. But dude, why? Why would you do that? Because now everybody knows what we're gonna do. Everybody knows what we're going to do. Everybody knows because we decided to basically change the battle strategy at the last second and try something new, right? We don't have time to adapt our offense. The Pats don't have time to adapt anything. They basically started from square one and have been trying to get going from there, and because we changing the offense basically means you got to focus on fundamentals, so we can't be elaborate and technical with our offense. We have to do stupid running plays and then just basically super predictable plays. We get plugged up and our offense ends up treading water for 60 minutes, which is literally what's happened the last 4 or 5 games since Mac has been back. We're just treading water because changing the offensive scheme like that, we're focusing. We have to refocus on fundamentals. You can't just build a battle strategy right around like the running game or like around a passing game and then just switch to a running game and hope everything's going to be okay. It doesn't work like that. That's like saying you're like in war, you're going to blitzkrieg somebody and then you decide to do trench warfare at the last second. You're not going to get anywhere. You know? Do they have a good reason for changing it up? Was there a key injury? Well, Mac got hurt. Mac was out for 3 weeks. Mac was out for 3 weeks. We lost our center. We lost our starting center. We lost our starting tackle. We've been plagued by injuries, but here's the thing. Injuries happen. That happens. It happens. It's the gridiron, man. You're going to get hurt. It happens. You can't go into warfare and expect no casualties. You know what I mean? Like, so there's really no excuse, but I mean, I know the reason why. We're basically just treading water. I think next year, if we just kept all the same personnel and we go into next year, we'll be fine. But yeah, for whatever reason, somebody spooked the Patriots into changing their offensive scheme in week 1, which was dumb. That was really, really stupid. No, I don't know. I don't know why they decided to change the offensive scheme. I have no idea. Maybe they thought it was too predictable. Sounds like overthinking to me. What's that? Police are still in a standoff with Antonio Brown. Oh. Hey, Gak. Someone stole their playbook or something? I don't know if somebody did a Coach Klein or something. Who knows? But, yeah, I think they're overthinking it. I think, yeah, they're... And, okay, so, if you think about this, it makes sense, okay? So how does it make sense? I can prove it to you. And I'm going to talk and work, dudes. I can prove it to you that it's textbooks overthinking. So Matt Patricia is our offensive coordinator. He is traditionally a defense guy. He brought the Patriots to 2 Super Bowls working as defensive coordinator. He's a good defensive coordinator. I don't know about a head coach. Lions fans will pretty much say he's pretty much not a good head coach. That makes sense. Yeah, I get that. But now he's in at offensive coordinator. Right? He's in at O coordinator. Now, a defensive coordinator should be able to read an offense, right? Because that's the job of the defense, right? You're supposed to read the offense, right? But this is his first time being an offensive coordinator after Josh McDaniels went to the Raiders, right? I was about to say Oakland, because it's still Oakland in my mind, but whatever. So they put Matt Patricia in, I think, as kind of not a stopgap, but I think he's up to the challenge. But you got to remember, Matt Patricia is an aerospace engineer. And when you learn a new concept in aerospace engineering, it is very easy to overthink it. Very easy. Look at me over the years with Kerbal. I've overthunk things before. It happens, and then you learn over time to do it right. What I'm trying to say is Matt isn't stupid. He's not stupid. And that showed when he was defensive coordinator. He didn't do very well when he started, and then he won 2 Super Bowls with the Patriots at being head defensive coordinator, right? So that's what I mean. Just give it some time. So, like, you got to think about it. Mac Jones, it's only his 2nd year, but he's gone through 2 offensive coordinators. Well, 1 offensive coordinator already, you know? It's going to take time for Matt to learn the offense, which is why I think I think that's the reason why they overthink. It's going to take him a second to learn stuff, you know? But once he learns it, man, a good thing about being an aerospace engineer is that you understand that there's intricacies to things. And it does, you know, you understand there's intricacies to things, and it does take time to learn that. You know what I mean? So, I mean, I don't know. Take that for what it's worth. I think the Patriots are treading water right now because, you know, we have a relatively inexperienced quarterback with a relatively inexperienced offensive coordinator. And, yeah, you know, changing the offense seems like a little bit of overthinking. But maybe there was a Josh McDaniels scheme that they didn't like, so they decided to change it. Mac's a good quarterback. He won a national championship with Bama. Like, he's not a bad quarterback. He's really freaking good. But, you know, with this new offensive scheme, new offensive coordinator, you got to find your feet. We still haven't found it yet because he got hurt and then we changed it, blah, blah. Dude, like I said, textbook overthinking. Textbook overthinking. Parts check. We're at 400 right now. He does need a wide receiver too, Wicked. But yeah, I mean... Yeah. Max, the inexperience, man. The NFL is not college. Anybody that watches college in the NFL knows exactly what I'm talking about. That's not the same thing. They are very different. So, it is what it is. I mean, I'll bet you money, guys, not literally. I'll bet that, a gentleman's bet, that by the end of the season, the Patriots find their feet. They'll probably find their feet just in time for week 16 and probably finish the season like 10-6 or something. Maybe 9-7, something like that. I bet you they figure it out. Facts. Colt McCoy, he was UT when I was there, and I partied with him. He's the best college quarterback in the history. Fizzled out big time in the NFL. Yep. I thought they looked their best against the Vikings. Made a lot of mistakes in that game, Wicked. They're like I said, we're stuck relearning the fundamentals here. Our offense has no cohesion. There's nothing. But it's gonna take time. It's gonna take time to fix that. Hopefully we don't do something dumb and fire people like what Ferrari did. Mattia Binotto literally brings Ferrari to the best result that they've had in 10 years. They came in second. Best result that they had in 10 years, and they fire the guy. So stupid. Like, what are you doing? Anyway. So the keel segments we'll work on some other time here. So I just needed to get all the systems in place to build the alignment mechanism. There we go. 258. Hey, Will. How are you? I'm good. How are you? Okay. Now, the next thing that we need to do... on my TVs. What do you mean TVs? Parallax. On my transfer vehicles. No, shouldn't be a problem. Could be better. Broke both the bones in my arm, but apart from that, I'm okay. Yeah, that heals. Yeah, doesn't sound fun, but yeah. Aqualux, that's kind of why I'm thinking maybe the baseline segment, and then building the transfer vehicles down here, or building them like underslung under the segment here might be a good idea, but. Alright, so the next thing that I want to do, guys, is work on... These modules are pretty much good to go. Let me think. What are we making? Space station. Yeah, Orion, they'll be okay. They'll be okay. I'm telling you, they'll find their feet by the end of the season. This is just how football works, man. It takes time. Okay. Okay. The other thing that I need to do is go in here, and we need to add the coupling panels here for the struts. The solar modules don't need to be latched because they're outside of the structure, right? You can have them good enough aligned, right? If you want them to be on robotics to spin anyway. Yeah. Yeah, Aqualex, we might... Like I said, I'm putting the provisions in for the keels if we want them. They're there, because it's literally 4 or 5 extra parts. Like 1, 2, and then there's a strut in there. So it's 6 extra parts per. Not a big deal. Really not a big deal. So we can do it if we want to. But yeah, we're going to build a baseline segment, just like what... We're going to build a baseline system, so like this. But actually, that one. That's what... This is more what I'm going for. Right now, at least. And then if we have to, what we should do is just build them off the bottom of the space station. So the shuttle will bring up parts, we'll pick them, we'll pull them out, and we'll berth a module here, and then we can we could berth a Centaur or whatever our upper stage is to that, and then just send it. This is coming along though. It does look nice. So let's develop some modules here. So how do we want to do this? On paper, could the Apollo spacecraft has acted for a pod for Space Station Freedom? On paper, sure. Why not? Well, you'd need a Saturn 1B to get it up there. I don't think the Apollo capsule could fit inside of the shuttle's payload bay, but if it could, yeah, sure, why not? That would have been a really good idea. Okay, let me get the sub-assemblies out for our prototype modules. You got to remember, Nova, by the time Space Station Freedom came on the books, the Apollo capsule hadn't really been used in probably like 15 years. Space Station Freedom, well, it was more like 10. Space Station Freedom really started to be a thing in the early to mid 80s, so 83, 84. And by the time 1985 rolled around and they were trying to make this dual keel space station, the Apollo capsule hadn't been used for 10 years. So the factory was gone, all the people that worked on it were gone, or working on the shuttle. Like, it doesn't really work that way. Once you get rid of a spacecraft, dude, it is very hard to make more. Case in point, shuttle engines. Look up how much it costs to restart the shuttle engine production assembly line. It's pretty expensive. It had fuel cells, yeah. Yeah, for the... Okay. Oh, there is one other thing that I kind of want to do, and I'll pay the price with flags, so to speak. What's VSR3 mean? I'm literally gonna put flags on this so I can, so I know. S for segment, starboard. S0 is the center, technically the center segment. It should be, like, I guess they should have named that like Z2 or something, but the naming convention ended up being S0. So starboard 0, starboard 1, port 1. Yep. So I have the letters oriented that if you're looking at the station, you know, if the camera is pointing in the orientation of the station, that will make sense. It'll help us when we go to put this thing together. When we do the keel segment streaming, if we do that, yeah, we'll name this one will be, it'll have to be upper keel, starboard upper keel, and then starboard lower, and then port lower and port upper keel. I love refrigerators. Yeah, Aqualex, that's a really good point. That's a really good point. I'll bet you there was an S0 and a P0 truss segment in Space Station Freedom. That's, yeah, I bet you, that sounds right to me. And they just said, screw it, we're doing one line of modules, so we don't need the port side segment. So just attach the P1 right there. I'll bet you. Look at this naming convention. S1 to S3, P1 to P3. You know why there's no P2 and S2? P2 and S2 were the keel segments. Those sneaky, sneaky, sneaky NASA scientists. Interesting, yep. The S2 and P2 were cut because those had the thrusters for Space Station Freedom. Yeah, okay, the Russian orbital segment killed those. Yep, okay. I see it, Aqualex, yeah, I see it. I saw it. I just looked at it and you said look at it more carefully. I looked at it carefully. You said look at it more carefully. All right, we'll look at it more carefully. There's the S0, and there's the P0. Makes sense. With the Z1 in the middle. Yep. I see what you're saying. If that's a truss segment. It was supposed to be Z1, S0, attached to a first row of modules, P0 attached to the second row of modules, and yeah. Wow, that's really dumb. Yeah, that's really dumb. Wow, I can't believe how much how much of Space Station Freedom actually got gutted. They literally made the ISS out of leftover parts. I don't know how to feel about that. I don't know how to feel about that. You know, if that's the case, that one should be this center module should be Z1 then in our naming design, because that's how we designed it. So there should be Z1, and then this one should be S0. Yeah, Tessa, it's ridiculous. All right, anyway. Well, yeah, if that's the case, this should have gyros in it. Yeah, it really should. Yeah, if that's the case, our revised Z1 should have gyros. It should have a lot of gyros in it. So here's what I'm gonna do. I think 4 of these inline stabilizers should do us right. The spare nodes on the storage boxes? Yeah. Have you looked at the new Haze Gray art? Somebody linked it the other day, Whooshing, but I forget what it was. Oh no, that wasn't Haze. That was what's the name of the other guy that does all the crazy KSP stuff? I forget. Link me up, Whooshing. From today, alternative Soviet history moon landing. Now, I don't want to watch the whole thing because I think you guys should. I think you guys should watch his channel. Go watch the video. Okay. Word. Oh yeah, the Zond lander is nuts, dude. So the Soviets would have had one dude in the Soyuz and then one dude in the lander, because the N1 didn't have the no hydrolock second stage. And to get into the lander, the guy would have had to have EVA'd. Yeah. And then Zond, because it has a high center of gravity, literally would have fired Sepratron motors when it touched down to get it to push into the ground. Yeah, watch this. And I'm not showing the rest of the video. That's all you get to see. Go watch it. Links in chat. All right. Okay, so now that, see, we're learning a ton about Space Station Freedom and stuff, which is cool. This is kind of what I originally wanted to do with, it's kind of what I originally wanted to do when we made Crippen Station, but I just didn't really know where to look for the right resources to learn this stuff, so. Yeah. Cool. Alright, so how are we going to do this? I'm almost thinking these docking ports on the back would probably be a good idea. Because then this side would be free and clear for riding in the shuttle's payload bay. So that's good. So yeah, I want to move the attachment point back, and then what I want to do is just have these move up to bridge the gap. So it looks right. Word. Alright, so let's go here like this. Alright, so now what we need to do I need to put a carrier in here. I'm thinking, guys. No, we don't need that. Attach this back, and then just like that. And see, now I have no like kind of centerpiece. I'm worried about putting a docking port here because there's no central piece. There's 1, 2, 3, and 4 that make up the primary structure of this, right? It's 4 fairings, and I have no fairing in the center. Or I have no root part in the center. I don't really want to root the third part in the hierarchy, because what we got to do is I got to attach a docking port on the top of this module, and that docking port needs to hit there, and then we need to align to it, right? You know what? It shouldn't be that big of a deal using the third port, but I don't know if it's going to be that big of a deal. So, I mean, what we can do is take this, interstage node this, right? And then put the docking port on the reversed interstage node right there. Right? And then shut off interstage nodes for now. Give me some open fairings. How long did it take for the shuttle to go to soft capture or hard or whatever you call it? About the same time as Dragon. EJ is wearing a sweatshirt. Yeah. I saw that whole video. That guy deserved a sub. Yeah, Haze Gray is fantastic. Does the center of mass matter when placing the docking port for the arm? Center of mass of what, Chillin? The arm or the station? The payload. Oh, no. No, not really. No. I do... That you actually reminded me. For the P0 and the S0 modules, I definitely need to... figure out how to speak English. I definitely need to add manipulator points for the arm. That's very important. Because right now, the only manipulator points are kind of to the side there, and the arm can't... Like, if the shuttle payload, if the payload in the bay is riding like this and the arm's up here, it can't kind of reach into the payload bay and go out at the side. I got to put another port on each one of these modules here. You know what? Like I said, you reminded me that I needed to do that. Thank you. Is that a shuttle hat? It is. Space tug for the station to help with assembly. I'm going to put a remote manipulator on it to do that. Hey, Chief, what's going on? How you doing? Excuse me. Will the arm reach for the station? Will the arm reach for the station use the pistons to help with reach? On the arm itself, no. I have other solutions. The other solution is right... Okay, 1 second. Hang on. This. The next module right here. See that thing right there, Nova? That thing? The mobile remote servicer? It's an electric locomotive. It's an electric locomotive for the ISS. And those two things that are on the sides of it, flat cars. Carry payload. It's a train, and it moves back and forth on the truss segment. How are we progressing? Very well. Yep, see? And then the arm can attach to it, and we can use that to install stuff. That's my solution. I still haven't made that yet. Like I said, there's a lot of stuff to do. The Destiny module was delivered upside down. It was delivered upside down. Inside of the shuttle's payload bay. They delivered the damn thing upside down. It was upside down in the payload bay, and they picked it up out of the payload bay, flipped it around, and then attached it. How do I know? Because the Destiny module only has one... There's one grapple point for it. Look at the shuttle payload adapters right there. See these little plates? The dinner plates? See how they're halved on one side? That shows you the orientation that it went up in the payload bay. The Destiny module was installed upside down, so the grapple point for the arm, see the grapple point right there? So the grapple point for the arm is the same grapple point for the station manipulator. So when the shuttle picked it up out of the payload bay and installed it, they, in a later mission, they brought the space station arm up there and they attached it to the same grapple point. Smart. Very smart. So that means I should attach a point here. Yeah, they installed the damn thing upside down in the payload bay. I never realized that. There's two. They're on a 45 degree offset. And they would be closer. They're basically underneath. Yeah. Yeah, they're opposed. See that? They're opposed to each other. One's behind my head. See right here? I see what they did. I see what's going on in here. So that one over there is forward, right? And then this one is over here. Cool. Oops. Damn. Yeah, see, is there racing tonight? Yeah, there should be, dude. Pretty sure. Oh, crap. I attached these things to the wrong fairing. They need to be attached to... I want them attached to the fairing that also attaches to the station, so we're not skipping too many degrees in the hierarchy, if that makes any sense. Le Mans at Coda. 1.3 hours. Nice. Okay, so this module right here that's on Space Station Freedom that's riding up front on the right-hand side is, that was supposed to be the HAB module. The HAB module ended up getting axed because, you know, reasons. Oh, hierarchy for the actual ISS. Very nice. Neat. Yeah, it's coming together. Huh. I gotta go up to the... Yeah, here we go. Several modules planned for the station were canceled over the course. Hey, Maverick, gifted a sub to Sleepy. Right on. Thanks, man. Several modules planned for the station were canceled over the course of the ISS program. Reasons including budgetary constraints, modules becoming unnecessary, and station redesigns after Columbia. The U.S. Centrifuge Accommodations module would have hosted a series of science experiments in varying levels of artificial gravity. Okay. I quickly realized that reading through this segment is going to piss me off a little bit. But you know what? We'll take these modules and we'll build them in Kerbal. Screw it. The U.S. Habitation module. Yeah, they cut the HAB module. I remember that. And now the ISS doesn't have enough beds to host the astronauts that they put on board, which is wicked funny to me. Sometimes they have to sleep in the capsule that they came up in. The habitation module was a particular HAB module for the ISS. It was intended to be the station's main living quarters, designed with a galley, toilet, shower, sleep stations, and medical facilities. About the size of a bus, the module was canceled after its pressurized hull was completed. If named and sent into space, the habitation module would have been birthed to tranquility. Instead, the living quarters are now spread throughout the station. The U.S. Interim Control Module and the ISS Propulsion Module would have replaced the functions of Zvezda in case of a launch failure. 2 Russian research modules were planned for scientific research. They would have docked to the Russian UDM. The Russian Science Power Platform would have supplied power to the orbital Russian segment and independent of the ITS arrays. Yeah, the NEM. I remember that. Yeah, that didn't work. Nauka and Pritchel do be looking good though. Very nice. The ISS is actually it's gotten pretty big in terms of habitable volume. That added a significant amount, putting Nauka up there, the science lab module. Oh, dude. Look at that. Yeah, that's pretty nice. Anyway, I'm gonna build the HAB module. Screw that. So let's take the fairings and open them up, and then what we can do, interstage the truss structure, take that, attach a HAB module there, put a HAB there, set that to grandparent strut. Take that fairing, shut off interstage nodes, go to the other fairing, take that, turn on interstage nodes, turn the truss structure off, take one of there we go. Take that, set that to grandparent strut, which will strut it to a fairing, and boom. What's your favorite refrigerator? Ah, the cold ones. How's Detroit? Also, how cold is it up there where I am? It's 41. The low is like 20. Flip Vim, I'm pretty sure it's colder where you're at though. Yeah, about 6 floating. Yeah, there you go. Thank you. There we go. Nice. That looks good. No, it wasn't too bad. Woke up at about 20, but it warmed up to 45. Gotta be cold for next week, though. That damn Canadian air keeps coming down here, man. It's ridiculous. Interesting tidbit because I was curious earlier. The Apollo CSM could easily fit in the shuttle, and while the lunar launch mass is over the limit, the LEO mass would have been fine. Interesting. We're right into the jet stream. It's brutal. Yeah, yeah. I actually think one of these modules might be a little bit, these module prototypes are a little too small. They're easy to make though, so and I have the template for them down here. I need to honestly go and look at hold on a second. How big are you? The length is 8.4 meters. That's a chunker of a freaking module. 8.4 times 0.60. So the Kerbal scaled equivalent would be 5 meters long. Wow. Okay, so that's 3 meters. That's 1.5 meter. Actually, just give me a 5 meter tank. Oh. Okay, I guess not. Yeah, I guess it's pretty much the right size. Hey, that's pretty good. All right, cool. So give me one of those long modules then, and we'll fit this one up to be a science module. So this one would have been Destiny. That one's the HAB module, and this is the science module. I love refrigerators. booster stage nodes on. You like that refrigerators have salami lids. I don't know if the salami lid is gonna fit in the refrigerator though. What's a salami lid? It's a lid that goes on a salami container. And it doesn't fit, yeah. It won't fit like that. That's not what she said. Ain't gonna fit. Won't fit that. That's, yeah, Bloodfin, pretty much, dude. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna build out the whole sucker. But I'm not gonna build out like everything, dude. We're gonna start moving components, and I'll build as I go. Because some of them I have to test. There's some ways that I have this put together that I'm not sure is 100% gonna work. I've never tried to do, never tried to do it the ways that I'm trying to do it, you know? So, yeah, we'll figure it out. So we're gonna need to do some shuttle missions and test certain components out, you know? These are to give me a strut base. What I want to do, guys, is as we install these modules, we'll align them, and then I want to run struts and stuff here and here and here to help strengthen this whole thing. We can run struts in EVA mode. It's doable. When was the last time you made a mainsail cry? I don't know. What? I don't know what that means. What? I'm just looking around a little bit here. That's a shame. I'm wondering how far that hab module got done. Like, how far did it actually get into design? That looks pretty dang far into construction. It has the CBMs and windows installed already. I'm actually kind of wondering. Let's look at some images here. Yeah, looks like, yeah, it's pretty dang close to being finished. Interesting. Canceling the Russian solar tower made it. Oh, that's Nomad too. Longtime NSF patron. That guy knows what he's talking about. Canceling the Russian solar tower made it hard to power the CAM. The pressurized hull for the centrifuge module is sitting in. Yeah, it's sitting in a Japanese car park. That's for the CAM. Quick question concerning the HAB module shell that I know was reassigned as a ground research lab after it was canceled as a space station module years ago. Could it be rehabilitated for use as an empty pressure shell for future ISS missions? No, no, and no. It's not capable of becoming flight worthy where the ISS already have is. Yes, okay. This is bad. This is 2012, so. Yep. All right. Cool. I'm wondering. So it was repurposed. That thing was repurposed as a lab. I wonder where it ended up. Yeah, Joe. Yeah. Nomad's good people. You know, I think I want to flip these around. I think I want this one up here. And these ones back here. But then again... yeah, having them opposites like this actually is probably a good idea too. Those are the grapple points for the arm. Probably milliwatt K. Nice. Probably ended up in the ocean. No... I don't think so. I don't think it did end up there. Oh, why is that thing pushed back? It's not supposed to be like that. Does NASA still operate the C-Labs? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Does the middle truss section house the ISS's reaction wheels? No. It was supposed to. We've actually figured this out today, CKAN, that the ISS, the Z1 truss segment was supposed to be right in the center of Space Station Freedom and have the modules flanked on either side. See what I'm talking about? That's what it was supposed to do. And then there was supposed to be the S1 and P1 truss segments, right? What ended up happening is what you see here. Or the S0 and P0 truss segments. They took S0, put it over the Destiny module, and then S1 and P1 and made the truss system, right? What they ended up doing is taking the Z-axis module, and putting it behind it. It's hard to see in this picture. It's right there. See the thing with the antennas coming off of it? The two antennas? It's right there. It was supposed to be there. And then see that module behind it that looks kind of like a wrapped up candy bar? That's the S0. The Z1 was supposed to be in the center, and then S0 was supposed to be to the starboard side of it, and then P0 was supposed to be to the port side of it. Right? And then because Space Station Freedom was supposed to have two rows of modules next to each other. See what I'm talking about? Now what I did, I combined the S0, P0, and Z1 into one vehicle right here. See that right there? I combined it into one vehicle. I didn't really mean to do that, but that's what we did. So I have my Z1 truss segment is a combination of the S0, P0, and Z1 truss segment all put together. So actually by that nomenclature for this explanation, this should be P1 and S1. I don't have any zero truss segments. There. Brilliant! Limburger hats! Brilliant! Alright guys, that's actually pretty damn good right here. Not bad. See? Not bad. So where were the reaction wheels housed? Like what module? Z1. Z1 truss segment has the reaction wheels. I could show you. Here, take a look. I have a 3D model of the ISS that I got from NASA. It's gonna take a second to load. It's 22 million polys or tries or something. Been a while since I booted up Maya. You kind of miss it. Yeah. What hat haven't I worn today? I don't know. I don't know. You know what? This hat did get a lot of time before somebody changed it instantly. So here's what we're gonna wear this time. Here we go. Ah. So, take a look here. So see this piece right here? That's the Z1. You can tell because of the way it is. So that module, from as far as I can tell, and we figured this out on street. Oh, I hit the wrong button. That thing was supposed to be sideways. And it was supposed to be... I keep hitting Kerbal controls. Sorry, guys. And it was supposed to be in line up here. Because if you look... It's the exact size of the truss. And it's the exact shape of the truss as well. See what I'm talking about? But they ended up not doing that. Long story short, they didn't do that because of the ISS. Because the Russian modules did... Yeah, the Russian modules were there. So they ended up putting the thing on Unity, which is that module down here. And the gyros for it are right there. See? You wear a Pat's hoodie all day after they lose? I'm not jumping ship just because my team sucks, dude. Yeah. More to make a statement, man. I called my SSDO dependence rather than independence. Now I gotta remember how to do Kerbal controls. There we go. Alright. Sweet. I'd print this model? Yeah. Good luck slicing that up with a 3D printer, Monica. That would... Kira would have an aneurysm. Is that model available on the internet? Yep. It's around. Are there any available locations for morning modules on the in real life ISS? Oh yeah, there's plenty. We have Tranquility up there. There's plenty of extra spots. Are you folding paper planes again? No. What? I don't understand. I was gonna put H for Hab and S for Science, but when do you think we'll get moon mechanic jobs? Asking for a friend. It depends on how well these Artemis missions go, man. When did they add the Apple and the Google modules? I think it might be time for a stretch break. Somebody already redeemed, Flykin, I think, redeemed Garage stretch break today. But yeah, making really good progress here. What's poppin' though? Last time I watched, you were making a Falcon 9S rocket after canceling the SSTO. Since I decided I wanted to go back to using the shuttle, so I built a new shuttle for a new mission mode save. My mission mode save is basically no reverts and then send it. Unlimited budget, science mode, just have some fun. The reason why is because we got a release date for Kerbal Space Program 2. It's coming out in February. It's coming out in February 24th, 2023. So I want to finish off Kerbal right. And I don't want to finish off Kerbal just building launch pads all day. So I built a new shuttle. Now we're building modules. We're building station modules for said shuttle. Here's the new one. Let me plan on flag on everything before release. That's what I plan on doing. Is this Collins or a newer version? It's 5th generation Collins. I completely redid the thermal protection system on the orbiter. Thank you. All right. Oh, I also designed a companion vehicle to it. You guys might like it. I want to do some modifications to this though, but yeah. We gotta change a couple things around. But basically I want this to be the end all be all. Like, we're gonna go everywhere with the shuttle. Not the exact shuttle, but I'm gonna do exactly what 2014 EJ wanted to do. Build out the shuttle architecture and go from there. Actually, you know, another thing that we really need to figure out is building the Centaur. We need to build an upper stage, or a second stage for the shuttle. And you know what? Let's do that when I on the other side of the garage stretch break. We'll switch it up a little bit, and I'll build the we'll build an upper stage for the shuttle, and then. You know, floating, you want to launch, so building the upper stage shouldn't take too long. I'm serious, it won't take too long. I would like to have it finished. I'd like to have it finished sooner rather than later, because you know what we can do? I can intersperse like upper stage missions, like Centaur G missions and lunar missions in with space station assembly, because we can launch the shuttle a lot. I'm thinking like 1 to 2 shuttle flights a night. You know what I mean? With what we have here. I mean, this shuttle is good, man. It's real good. Some more Grissoms. Maybe. I'll think about it. and what I actually wanted to do was take my core stages, take the core stage or an external tank or something, and make that into a Grissom with the space shuttle adding modules to it, like truss segments, like adding truss segments to an external tank or something. You know, giving myself the provisions on an ET to put like a truss system on it and solar panels, or we can attach like trusses to the side of it and build stuff off of it and build like a propulsion section and stuff. That shuttle is vanilla. That's right, droid. The only modification that's not vanilla with this is that I took the SRBs and I gave I went into the code for this craft file and gave the SRBs 8 degrees of gimbal. The only reason I did that is to get the shuttle to work like the real vehicle. How did you do the wings? They're made out of panels. They're made out of panels, and I use equilateral triangles to create complex geometric shapes. I call it panel tessellation, because I'm basically breaking down complicated geometric shapes with equilateral triangles, and that's what a 3D renderer will do when you're rendering a 3D model. It's called render tessellation. So I built, this is triangle tessellation, because I build it in the exact same way. I break down complicated shapes with these triangles. Yep. I even built a special tool in Kerbal called a triangle tessellator to be able to make these complicated shapes. It works kind of like a 3D printer, but you have to manually place every part. But yeah, I have a whole series on building this shuttle. Why the empty space in the ET fairing? Fire, that has a lot to do with me not being able to simulate the volume of liquid hydrogen because we don't have different propellants in the game. So basically what the real shuttle and external tank does is you have the LOX tank riding up front and you have the hydrogen tank riding in back, and the hydrogen can't be stored at a very high density. It'll leak if you try to overpressurize it. LOX, on the other hand, can be stored at a very high density. It's a lot more stable than liquid hydrogen, despite being cryogenic, a cryogenic oxidizer. So on the shuttle, what they did was they packed the LOX tank full of LOX, and they had to keep the hydrogen tank a little bit bigger, but they pack it at a much lower... The hydrogen is a lot less dense inside of there, because once again, you'll leak if you overpressurize hydrogen. Just like what happened with SLS when they were messing with the fueling mechanisms. So the shuttle uses that to its advantage because as the external tank, naturally, because of its structural component up here, has a forward center of mass bias. So more or less, the center of mass, if you could like look at the external tank's center of mass on the way up, right? Like if you could isolate the external tank and check its center of mass as the fuel drained, it basically stays right around here. And if you look at the shuttle from the side, you look at that part of the external tank, what does it line up with? It lines up with the engines. The shuttle's engines, even on mine and on the real one, are pointing right at the inner tank where the hydrogen and LOX tank connects. See what I'm talking about? Are you going to try to do most of the Kerbal SOI stuff with the shuttle? The original National Space Transportation System project is what I'm doing, Doom. So we'll move from chemical tug, Centaur G upper stage, and then eventually into nuclear powered upper stage. If you want to make bigger upper stages, just use the shuttle, put more of them together. You need a fuel depot in space, you need a big fuel tank in space. My shuttle can bring the external tank up into space if I need to. So yeah, exactly. So how I replicated that in Kerbal, because I can't store stuff as liquid hydrogen, is that my external tank drains that tank and that tank at the same time, that tank and that tank at the same time, and that tank and that tank at the same time, to simulate a center of mass movement exactly like the real one. So there's a bunch of empty space back here inside of the fairing, There's a bunch of empty space back there inside of the fairing because that's where the hydrogen would be if we were using it. Why can't they ensure that there's no leak with higher pressures of hydrogen? Because physics? You compress hydrogen too much. So, okay. It's physics. The physics is the problem. Hydrogen, okay, so you tell me, Faruda, what temperatures does water exist as a liquid? At standard atmospheric pressure, at 1 bar. What temperatures does water freeze, and which temperatures does water turn into a gas? So we'll use Celsius. Water freezes at 0 to 100. There you go. It freezes at 0 and it becomes a gas at 100 C. So it has 100 degrees centigrade, right? Celsius. 100 degrees Celsius window of being a liquid, okay? Every element is like this, okay? Every element can phase change, technically. You could have solid hydrogen. You could have hydrogen likes to primarily exist as a gas, but you could have liquid hydrogen too. The thing is that the nominal temperature window for hydrogen to be a solid is like maybe 1 Kelvin. Okay? And it's actually like 0.5 Kelvin or something. It's nothing. Right? So, if you deviate from that in any direction, so 0.6 Kelvin, it turns to liquid. 0.4 Kelvin, it'll stay solid, I guess. And then you get to absolute 0, and then it'll do nothing. So, that's the thing for hydrogen being solid. For hydrogen to be a liquid, it's like 5 Kelvin or something. So we're talking like this. Which is ridiculous, right? That's nothing. Here's the thing. You go here, or maybe even there, hydrogen turns to gas. Alright, so water, its degrees existing as a liquid is about 100 C. Hydrogen is like 2. Let's be real, it's not going to get colder. If it goes anywhere out above that, right, it's going to turn to gas. And now, why is that a problem? Well, you're storing a liquid fuel propellant that's extremely cold at high pressure. It boils. The boiling point will go way down, and liquid hydrogen boils. It just does. In order for to achieve the temperatures that you need to make hydrogen into a liquid, it just ends up boiling. Okay? Just like water boils at 100 C. Same idea. Right? To get like hydrogen stable, there's such a small area to get it as a stable liquid that doesn't boil. It would be too complicated to do that on a rocket, right? It just wouldn't be a good idea. That would be really, really difficult to do. So it boils. So it boils off, turns to hydrogen gas. Hydrogen gas is, well, a pain in the butt. Yeah, it's a pain in the butt. That's the reason why you can't just store more hydrogen, right? The propellant is constantly boiling off, and if it creates gaseous hydrogen, well, gaseous hydrogen is so ridiculously small. It's so ridiculously small. It's like literally the smallest element that we know of in terms of mass and size. It will go through everything. You have a seal between 2 pipes. It'll just go around. It'll leak out the seal. That happens from flowing propellant. That's why NASA was so worried with hydrogen leaks for SLS, because hydrogen just blows by seals. It really likes to do that because it's so ridiculously cold, right? It'll freeze the damn seal, and then even then it'll evaporate from boiling, and it'll still leak out the seal. It's a real big pain in the butt. If you try to increase the pressure, right? You try to increase the pressure, it'll just create more hydrogen gas. It'll boil even more. And yeah, you can't really store it at a higher pressure like that. It'll just squeeze the hydrogen right out. It'll leak right out everywhere. And then here's the thing. NASA expects stuff to leak. It expects the hydrogen systems to leak. They expect it. It's supposed to happen because there's nothing you can really do about it. You want the performance of liquid hydrogen, you're going to have to deal with it leaking everywhere. You got to make sure though that you have an outlet for all that leaky gas. Hydrogen gas likes to go everywhere you don't want it to go. And hydrogen gas, if not contained, will find a source of ignition and blow up. Case in point, the Hindenburg is a good example of that. Yeah, here, check this out. Yeah, that's actually a really good one. See what I mean? There's a small window for hydrogen to exist as a liquid, but for the most part, it exists as a gas. Wait, there's hydrogen metal? It's like any element can be a solid, liquid, or gas. It's just some elements are really hard to make to phase change like that. Yeah. You could have solid helium technically if you really wanted to, but the window for helium to exist as a solid is like smaller than hydrogen. It's impossible. You wouldn't be able to keep the temperature that stable.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Hey, Robbie, what's up, man? Yeah, the long story short is that it does not like being a liquid. Okay, so since hydrogen atoms are literally just protons, they're too small to realistically contain with current seal tech. Got it. Basically, yeah, that's a good way to say it, yeah. Mm-hmm. Tutto bene. It's good, man. Right on. Then how did both Saturn launchers manage LH2? Look at how big the hydrogen tank is on the Saturn V second and third stages. It would be a god tier fuel if we had it. Yeah, solid hydrogen would be insane, yeah. But you ain't gonna get hydrogen to exist as a solid down here. Certainly not inside of a rocket. Yeah, like another example would be mercury. Mercury is a metal element. It's a metal, but at 1 atmosphere on Earth, with our atmospheric composition, mercury exists as a liquid. It's found naturally as a liquid metal at room temperature. Weird, right? Because you think that most metals need to heat up. Right? Most metals need to heat up to liquefy. Nope, mercury is liquid at room temperature and pressure. Why you do this? Stop doing this. Neat ass master. Is all of this trouble with LH2 one of the reasons why SpaceX chose methane for Starship? Yeah. Pretty much. There should be a no hat redemption. You're gonna make me wear hats all day and you're gonna make me take it off, man? I'll have hat hair for the rest of the day. Gallium will literally melt your hand. Its melting point is about 86 F. Yep. Elements and stuff, man. Yeah, pretty cool, huh? So you want to hear another weird one about elements? On Titan, Titan is one of the moons. It's way out there. It's way far away from the sun. On Titan, methane likes to be a liquid at on the surface. Titan has methane oceans because it's so cold. Methane just condenses into a liquid on the surface of Titan, and there are oceans on Titan of liquid methane. Pretty cool, huh? Literally fart ocean. Look up phase diagrams. You're a phase diagram. Yeah. Here you go. Are we having a chat favorite elements moment? Yours is copper? Copper's pretty cool. Yeah, methane is odorless, by the way, guys. It's sulfur that smells. You ever seen videos of methane liquid just laden frosting across ice like Alaska? Insane looking. No. No, I haven't seen that. Yep, there's your phase diagrams. Every element is different, but yeah. And even some chemicals like dihydrogen monoxide. You start making chemical compositions. Chemical compositions have different phase diagrams as well. The reason why I used H2O as an example is because everybody knows when H2O freezes and when it turns into gas. That's something everybody knows. You're a cobalt guy yourself? Rarest, I'm a titanium kind of guy. Yeah, titanium. Any plans to watch the B-21 unveiling at 7:30? Absolutely, Jake. Yeah, we're watching that. I like refrigerators, though. Yeah, titanium is awesome. Doesn't corrode. Super strong. Hydrogen is goated. Based. Or are you? Did you hear the James Webb Space Telescope found sulfur dioxide in an exoplanet's atmosphere? I did hear about that, yeah. Interesting. SO2. Excuse me, when refrigerator? When refrigerator? Oh.
I love refrigerators.
Appliance Direct. Appliance Direct. If you didn't buy direct, you paid too much. Appliance Direct. How could you not tell that it's real stainless steel? A magnet. I gotta give that guy some credit. He's very persistent. Very persistent guy. Anybody that's ever been awake late night in Florida knows exactly what I'm talking about. I'm a tungsten guy myself, but aluminum is also good. All right, all right. I love that they were a title sponsor for Bithlow Raceway. Bithlow Raceway. Oh, Orlando Speed World. Okay. Yeah. That's what it's called that now. Appliance Direct. Can I please put my refrigerator in my free house, Jim? Maybe. CO2 can be a liquid at room temperature with enough pressure. And the pressure isn't too hard to contain, so it's kept in some fire extinguishers in a liquid state. There you go. Silicon is nice. Need that for so many things, including thermal protection systems and processors. Yeah, that processor one is, yeah, that's pretty smart.